Of course, internationally, the theme was also surrounding around partnerships and technology, and it was made local to bring together the theme to advance socio-economic development through technology and partnerships. But of course, this theme centers around the nature of who youth are. The youth are very technologically savvy, and that is why we have to highlight the way they can leverage the technological advancements around the world. We have various advancements like the coming of AI, artificial intelligence. How can we leverage artificial intelligence to take Uganda further in terms of socio-economic development? We are having different aspects of industry, okay? Uganda is also trying to front industry as one of those major catalysts of spurring the economy to a $500 billion economy by 2040. So those are some of the things we expect to be discussing today. Already we know and hear that the Minister for Gender, Labour and Social Development, Honourable Betty Amongi, is already in the vicinity. We are expecting Balam Barugahara, and I must say this is of course a special one for Balam Barugahara because Masindi is his home district, and him being the Minister of State for Gender, Labour and Social Development, for Youth and Children Affairs, having this day being celebrated in Masindi is a special day for him. So we compel you to stay tuned. It's going to be a cocktail of events. Right now we have Masindi Primary School on stage. They are discussing and sharing with us. They're performing a number of cultural dances that come from Western Uganda. Now, allow me to talk a little bit about Masindi. Masindi is located in Western Uganda. Last year we celebrated International Youth Day in Soroti, and it's a theme, it's a way that government does it to promote inclusive development, whereby we don't leave out other districts, you know. So this year it's in Masindi, and Masindi is primarily an agri-based district. Their people speak languages that I would say maybe some of my colleague Jen Yuramugisha will join us and give us a profile about Masindi a little more, because she was here since yesterday, and she was in the preparation of she was behind the preparation of this event, and we think that she will also be able to share with us some few insights. But otherwise, as I observe around here, the place is filled with so many youth, okay? The place is vibrant. Of course, a testament of the nature of Ugandans. 73.5% of Ugandans are youth, and they are under the bracket of 30 years. So it is only right that when you benchmark on the people that are standing here, you will mostly see youth. If you don't see that, then the National Population Census could have had something missing. So allow me to introduce to you my co-host today. We're going to be sharing this mic with my co-host Jen Yuramugisha, and we're going to be discussing a number of pertinent issues got to do with the youth. So Jen, I'm really happy that you have come to join us here, and I think it's going to be a very lovely day. Allow me give you this mic just to let the viewers know what your view around the place is, what your observations are for this year's National Youth Day, and what you expect, and also what we think can come out of a day like this. All right.
Thank you so much, Mark Arnold. Good morning, our dear viewers of UBC TV. My name is Jane Yuramcha, coming to you live from UBC. Coming to you live here at Golf Course Grounds in Masindi District. And of course, we are here to celebrate the International Youth Day that is being held here in Masindi District. And of course, I've had a chance to be here for almost a full week now, and I can say that the people of Masindi and the youth in Masindi are actually excited to have this day celebrated in their district. And of course, this day is being celebrated under a theme, youth inclusion, social transformation through partnerships and technology. And of course, this theme focuses on mainly including the youth in the socio-economic transformation of the country. And of course, we have a lot of entertainment here. We have guests The function is really very colorful. I can see the band is ready to entertain us, and of course the people are already coming in. Very many dignitaries are already coming in to celebrate the day. Now I would like to ask Mark Wadulo, being the fact that he is in the bracket of the youth, and I am also happy that I am actually part of the youth. I want to know from Mark, and also as someone that has really covered many of those youth functions, considering the theme of today's celebration, what would you say about today's theme?
Well, the theme being that it is advancing socio-economic development through technology and partnerships. This theme was drawn from the international theme, and it was contextualized, of course, locally to advance, technology, advancing socio-economic development through technology and partnerships. Okay, I understand that the youth are the ones that are more technologically savvy, and of course, when you look at the people that use technology mostly, even in our homes, the children are, the ones reaching out for this technology. So, of course, it is interesting that they are technologically savvy even at a young age, but bringing it to the level of spurring socio-economic development is another whole ball game. Okay, because what are the drivers of social and economic development? Okay, we have technological advancement. Okay, we have industry. Okay, we have so many things that have to advance, so many things that could benefit from technology. So I think it's only right that this is the time we thematize the Youth Day under technology and partnerships. So I've spoken about technology. Now partnerships. You can never exist in isolation. So I know one thing for sure, that despite the fact that we shall be able to front technological advancement, we have to be able to partner both internally and externally, internationally, to be able to leverage growth. All right, our exports need, transportation systems. We need infrastructural systems. We need industries. Actually, I'm very passionate about industries because the president really pinpoints on industries being one of the drivers that are going to take us to the $500 billion economy by 2040. So I know that the theme is justified, and I'm really looking forward to hear what the dignitaries actually say about that.
Yes, when we talk about technology, we're actually having a lot of hubs in the country. Not so many, but of course we have a few hubs in the country, and these are supposed to help in the technology sector when it comes to the youth inclusion. What do you think the government needs to do to ensure that the youth are actually more included in this technology sector? Yes.
Well, Jen, thank you so much. I think that's a very brilliant idea. I know one thing for a fact, that government has been setting up technology hubs around the country. The main one is the ICT and Innovation Hub in Nakawa. I'm sure you've been there. That's where the primaries, some of the voting of the NRM primaries was being held. All right. So if you've been able to visit the ICT and Innovation Hub in Nakawa, you will already see that the country has already been advancing this agenda of technology. And I know one thing for a fact, that the programs they've been launching, the Youth Livelihood Program, the Myoga, the Parish Development Model, have been leveraging on some of the technological advancements that have come out of these hubs. Okay, I know, that the Parish Development Model has been spearheaded, or not spearheaded, but the Wendy application by Postbank has been pushing the parish development model into the remotest areas of Uganda. Okay, so that's already a testament of how technology is advancing socio-economic development. Okay, now I also know that also in other districts around the country, being that NITAU, the National IT Authority of Uganda, is in the final stages of its national backbone ICT infrastructure installment. Okay, they're trying to ensure that every part of this country is connected to the internet for public service. Okay, so I know for sure that as the government establishes its backbone infrastructure, the national ICT backbone infrastructure, I know that also private sector is also going to pick up, because yes, we need the roads, But a road without economic activity in a region is almost as useless as, as a basin of water that is being given to a person that already showered. So I know for a fact that the ICT agenda is picking momentum, and I know also the government is also doing big with the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. Okay, they have a podcast called The Ugandan. All right, the Ugandan podcast is trying to also use the platform it has to spread the message to the communities of Uganda, especially the young urban population. You realize actually that the young urban population is a little bit disattached from government activities, but because the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance realized that the urban young are more prone to content on demand, which is podcasts, so they also went through the podcast realm to be able to pass on government messages. So that's also another way that the government is using ICT to spur social economic development through technology. And I also urge our viewers, if you've not had a chance to listen to the Ugandan podcast by the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, go look for it on whatever platforms you listen to your podcast to. You'll be able to listen to the various voices of ministers, talking about the different agendas that government is doing. And I also recommend you listen to the one of Ramadan Govi Fast, because it's the one that will actually help you realize or know how to plug into the development agenda of the country.
Okay, we are coming to you live from Golf Course grounds in Masindi. Now, Mark, talking about the international theme, do you think Uganda is ready economically and technologically in terms of the international theme? And because personally I do think that we still have a lot to do when it comes to youth inclusion, technologically and economically. What do you think about this internationally?
Okay, internationally, of course, you must benchmark on private sector establishment in Uganda. One of our biggest investors in the technological space, some of our biggest investors in the technological space are the telecom companies. And these are the ones that are primarily providing internet for the country. And it is through these telecom companies that we are able to, interact with the outside world. Okay, so I know one thing for sure is that the platform, the foundation has been laid. All right, I don't think many Ugandans have excuses right now. I don't even think the youth have excuses right now. Of course, you might say yes, aspects of organizing, but I'll also tell you one thing for sure: the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance recently, about 2 years ago, launched the BPO program, the Business Process Outsourcing Program. Of course, this is one of the initiatives that is trying to tap into the local youth demographic, providing international services to companies out there, but doing it from a local base. All right, so you have a room full of different youth on computers serving customer care roles to companies in the US, in China, in India, and they're providing that service from here, and they're earning dollars. So of course this is also going to eventually start to reflect through our foreign exchange earnings. All right, and I know that we're also having some challenges with the UAE, being that we export labor there a lot. And recently I must have read a news piece that was saying that the UAE has put a visa ban on Uganda, which I don't think should have been. But I also think one way or another this should be a point of reflection for us to think about how to utilize most of the labor here. Of course, I know we're going to hear from the dignitaries, we're going to hear from the ministers, we're going to hear from several people. We are also going to hear from the Honorable the Minister, Betty Amongi, about what they're preparing for the youth in terms of technology. Yeah, but I know for sure that there are questions to be answered, especially on organizing. Okay, and I know for a fact that eventually we'll be able to get somewhere. So I know that the minister is here going to speak to you, so I'll allow you to go speak to the minister first.
Okay, for those of you that just joined us on UBC TV, we are still here at Boma Grounds, at Golf Course Grounds in Masindi, celebrating the International Youth Day. And of course, I've seen the Minister for Gender, Labour and Social Development, the Honorable Betty Amongi here, and Mark is actually going to be giving us an insight or an interview with her on what this day means to the ministry and the country at large. Mark Wadulo.
All right, you're still watching the UBC live from Masindi Youth Day, and right here I'm honored to host the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Betty Amongi. She is on time because she is the host and convener, and you're really looking beautiful, madam.
Thank you.
I like the theme color. So, Miss Betty, I would like to start off with, first and foremost, what inspired the hosting of Youth Day in Masindi? Is it because, maybe let me not preempt, but I was going to preempt, but it would be so shallow, so let me let you just speak to it. But yeah.
We have a policy of having international days, rotational, based on region, and this time, Western region is supposed to host. Now, previous international days have already occurred in Kigezi. We had 2023 Youth Day in Kigezi. We had Taresita and 2 other functions in Ankole. And so this time, it was a time for Bunyoro sub-region. It so happened that the Minister of State for Youth and Children Affairs comes from Bunyoro and accepted to host us as a place, because today there's another function in Kakumiro which is coming tomorrow. So we said if the president is going to be tomorrow in Greater Kabale, then this is the right place where we should be today. Yes.
Honorable Minister, allow me to speak to the theme: advancing socio-economic development through technology and partnerships. Well, how relevant is this theme for the Ugandan context?
For the Ugandan context, this is very relevant because when you look at the population of Uganda, 73% is people below 35 years. So if you have this young population and you know that the world is now being driven by technology, and we have analyzed the participation of youth in technology and realized that the majority of the people who are using phones are youth. Majority of the people who are trading now with the phones through Instagram, through Facebook, delivery is done through phones. Majorly, majority of them are youth. The government has already initiated programs under Ministry of Education to make sure all the secondary schools have computer lab to support literacy versus technology. Yeah. So this is a very important topic within the global context, but also within the African Union agenda for socio-economic transformation through technology and AI, and Ugandan's strategy of ensuring that we push youth into the 21st century with the 21st century technology and skills.
Honorable Minister, I have to ask you about government's initiatives in promoting technological advancement, and more so in the era of social and economic development. What are some of those programs that government has established that youth can actually tap in? Because I know they're out there watching. We seem to have the narrative that the youth are unemployed, okay? And yet they take up the biggest part of the population. So what are those programs that the youth can actually tap into today that you think they should be able to hear from you now?
Under the Ministry of ICT, Information, Communication and Technology, we have a program where there are regional hubs, technology hubs. In Kampala, we have in Nakawa, where youth are supported, mentored, but it is free of charge. There are also youth who are already in business, and want to incubate their businesses through technology, innovation. We have Makerere University having such, we have Nakawa having, we have Yuri, Uganda Industrial Research Institute. In the regions we have in Mbarara, we have Mbale, we have Gulu. And so under that context, that program is running. Also under science and technology, we have grants that are supposed to support youth who have innovation. They compete and they are given grant to scale up their innovation. But also under UCC Ministry of Education, we are distributing computers in all government-aided secondary schools so that we start computer and technology literacy right from schools. So there are already several programs that are running. With our partners, with UNDP and European Union, we have several other programs that are supporting innovation, hub, and mentorship to support businesses that are being propelled through technology and AI.
What would you say about uptake? Because I heard you mention there are grants for people in the science and technology fields, but I would like you to speak on uptake and impact. Okay, ever since some of these programs, I also remember the recent government recently launched the business process outsourcing program under the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. But I would like you to specifically talk about uptake, because I noticed that sometimes there is a group of people that say we are disconnected. We don't hear about these opportunities. Or if the opportunities are there, it's hard for us to reach out to them. So kindly speak to that, and how should they navigate the waters to be able to tap into these?
What we have done as Ministry of Gender, under National Youth Council and under the Department of Youth, we are now coordinating and trying to get all the programs in under one roof, so that we have one particular information pack that are disseminated to the districts, disseminated to all the schools, universities, so that the youth are able to know each of the program under various departments. It is true, first, that most of these programs are at their maybe initial stages of implementation. So not everybody can benefit at a go. What we now need to do is to have a clear criteria, information dissemination, and upscale the amount of money that are put for grants, because majority of the youth are unable to raise capital to start such businesses. So already we are working with the ICT, we are working with the Ministry of Education to have an information hub, and through mobilization and sensitization, make sure all the youth are aware of the programs.
Okay, I really do look forward for some of the answers here. But however, I know you're needed, and I would still want to ask my last question about today's event. Do you think what are some of the things we expect to hear today, or maybe any landmark agreements or commitments by government to drive the youth agenda in social and economic development, utilizing technology and partnerships? What are some of those commitments you think or we expect here today?
I think the public should expect that first we shall articulate where we are going in terms of the mission under NDP 4. Two, the public should be able to know that we shall make commitments on specific programs and how to scale them, because most of the programs exist. We need to scale them. And I think they will also hear commitments from the President on the structural transformation that is required to make sure that the youth have money in their pocket to be able to have purchasing power, so that they don't need to depend on the grant, but have the money to purchase and involve themselves in entrepreneurship related to technology and AI.
Thank you so much, Honorable Betty. We really appreciate it. Honorable Betty Amongi, the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, ladies and gentlemen. She's given us an insight of, first and foremost, what we expect to hear today, but also the initiatives that government is taking on to make sure that the youth are involved. Yes, many youth complain that, yes, we are disattached, but I also urge you tell a friend to tell a friend. Tune in into UBC or whatever broadcast is broadcasting this live and get to listen in. And I was also mentioning earlier on aspects of podcast. Get to listen to the podcast they call the Ugandan podcast by the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. It is a bank of knowledge for you to be able to consume and know the government agenda and be able to plug in. I'll tell you one thing for a fact, that government is pushing the agenda of industrialization, and there is money, there are grants for people to be able to uptake, into these fields. If you are in industrialization, if you're in tourism, if you've heard of the famous acronym, the ATMs, agribusiness, tourism, science and technology, and innovation. If you are operating in one of those sectors, okay, you are liable for support, government support, because that's the agenda that is going to push the socio-economic development of Uganda, to see that Uganda can make the $500 billion GDP mark by the year 2040. So what are you waiting for, ladies and gentlemen? Allow me to say that we are expecting different dignitaries here. The Prime Minister is expected. If I'm not mistaken, she must be here. We're expecting the chief guest, the President of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. We're also expecting the State Minister for Youth, and Children Affairs, Balam Barugahara, and of course this is his home ground in Masindi, the Bunyoro Kingdom. I don't think I should call it a kingdom, but Bunyoro region. And I know that for a fact that there are specific needs that need to be answered also for the people in Bunyoro. I noticed, I slept here and I noticed that, electricity seems to be on and off. So I think some of these issues should be answered, because electricity is an enabler of technology. But as for now, let me send you back to the event, and let's watch Masindi Primary School showcase another dance from their culture. Thank you very much, and back to you, the live team.
Thank you. Thank you. That is Chinyara Sugar Works Primary School. Talent nurtured, talent promoted. This is part of our cultural diversity as the Republic of Uganda. You may think they have no bones, but they have bones. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. That was Chinyara Sugar Works getting off the stage. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can you clap for these children, please? Thank you, thank you. Now I want to invite Asimwe, music, dance, and drama.
Munyikirize tuete Asimwe MDD Okuruga Pakanyi, headed by Chairperson LC3, Kand NRM. This is the director of Asimwe MDD, as he is the chairperson LC3 Pakanyi. Munyikirize tubahereze orwemo basobole kuzina. Baitu hagati mulitwe tuina aba assistant RDCs kandi mulobo tuina our own Mama Tugume Helen Masindi webale muno kuija okwesa mukoro gunekitindisa. Kandi muba assistant RDCs tuina omukuru arugire Hoima East Division omukuru James webale muno kuija tata tukuhekitinisa. Kandi munyikirize manyire no kutangira lutulindaga ba Asimwe MDD omukuru Barnabas Tugume okuruga Hoima East Division. Asimwe MDD, take on.
Dokita si wakawe mano kuija, akiki na iwe
Yes, good morning once again. Here with me is the UN coordinator representative, and he is here to give us an insight on the UN perspective about the International Youth Day that we are celebrating here today in Masindi. Good morning, sir, and you are live on UBC TV. Kindly introduce yourself, please.
Yes, good morning to you, madam. My name is Leonard Zulu. I am the United Nations resident coordinator here in Uganda.
Uganda has aligned its Youth Day to the 2040 vision, and as the UN representative, what is the UN perspective in regards to the critical gaps that are still missing in terms of inclusion of the youth?
First of all, my special greetings to all the young people in Uganda, and today is their special day where we celebrate their achievements and we honor their resilience and the fact that they are the future of Uganda. The United Nations in Uganda is working with the youth at the grassroots level. We are skilling them, teaching them about new technology such as artificial intelligence, and partnering with others to make sure that we deliver for the youth of Uganda. For example, with the Masters Foundation, we have reached more than 50,000 Ugandans and refugees to help them upgrade their skills. Technical and vocational education has been our focus. And we have another program where we have reached more than 150,000 youth in Uganda, preparing them for the job market of the 21st century. So I wish that they take the advantage of these programs and they upskill themselves. And also we focus on women and girls, the young women and the girls, to make sure that they are able to work in fields where women historically were not there in numbers. For example, in motor mechanics, we are training some women to be able to fix motor vehicles. We are also training women to work in the construction industry as engineers, as plumbers, as electricians. So that's what we are doing here in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Uganda happens to be the country that has the smallest population, yet the young people, the youth, still struggle when it comes to employment. What is the UN doing in terms of partnerships to ensure that the youth in Uganda actually do not struggle with employment?
First of all, we partner with the Ministry of Education and Sports to make sure that the curriculum of today is relevant for the job market of today. We also work with the Ministry of Gender to make sure that there's gender equality and that the girl child is able to stay in school, is able to have the same opportunities as the boy child. So we are focusing on those who've been left furthest behind to make sure that nobody is left behind. We are working in places like Karamoja. We are working in places like northern Uganda, where for many years the youth have not had the opportunities that they have today. And importantly, we are working with government, because government is leading the way under the National Development Plan 4. The parish development model is a system that is there for our youth to be able to access livelihood opportunities so they can be part of the money economy in Uganda.
Uganda happens to be having some young innovators, and of course, like the theme of today says, technology and partnerships. What is the role of the UN in terms of ensuring that these young innovators have markets internationally with what they are actually doing?
So the United Nations has got a technology bank, and Uganda has requested us to carry out a technology needs assessment. And we want that technology needs assessment to focus on the technology that youth can easily use, what they can use on their mobile phone easily for market access purposes, what they can use to start micro and small or even medium enterprises here in Uganda, so that we can contribute to the tenfold growth ambition that we have in the National Development Plan 4. We want them to be involved in agro-industrialization. We want them to be involved in tourism. We want them to be involved in minerals, and we want them especially to facilitate access to the latest technology that is inexpensive and actually appropriate to be used here in Uganda.
Thank you so much, sir. Good morning once again, our dear viewers. That was the UN Residence Coordinator giving us an insight and the role of the UN in ensuring that the youth are actually mazi yaitu muzeyi akarwana yaleta musinge muze ya gunda gunde abandi basero kutungo diguri avinda kasemera otwete kumugunda Muzeyi Museveni emazi yaitu muzeyi yakarwana yaleta businge muze ya gunda gunde abandi basoma kutunga diguri muze yakasomera kuleta obusinge muzeyi twe tukusima webala kuleta emyoga hamuna pidi muzeyi webale habwengude nungi webale abamasomero agaitwa amarungi
Watching the Youth Day celebrations here in Masindi Golf Course grounds, we are deliberating on issues got to do for the youth. Of course, International Youth Day is supposed to be on 12th of August 2025, but we are celebrating International Youth Day today. And allow me to introduce to you some pristine gentlemen. Allow me ask you, hello sir, what's your name and what do you do?
My name is Jon, and I'm the chairman of Planet Youth International.
Okay. And your colleague?
Jimmy Sendi, and I'm here Planet Youth Partner Uganda.
Okay. So, Jon and Jimmy, I'm ably informed that the president today will be launching a program called Planet Youth, which I see clearly is branded all over you. You're looking smart. So would you enlighten us about the message? What's Planet Youth behind? What's Planet Youth pushing?
Planet Youth is simple as it is. It's about the well-being of children, and I will announce today that Uganda is the 20th country to join the movement. We are now working in 19 countries in 5 continents, and everywhere the job is to increase the well-being of youth and children, strengthen their environment, and reduce the substance use amongst youth.
Then maybe I'll talk to Jimmy. The issue of youth unemployment is quite big. How is Planet Youth trying to address the employment gap within the context of, say, countries that you are already established in, and trying to see how you're going to be implementing the same thing here?
Okay. Planet Youth is a program about mindset change. So our thing is, we are on prevention of alcohol, drugs and substance use. So we believe that if we get people from focusing on such and focusing their energies in productive factors, skilling, sports, we can have a productive young population, because our target is adolescents and youth from 13 years to 25. So we sold the idea to the president and was very happy with it, and he accepted to be our patron. That's why we are here.
How old is this concept? How far back does it go? And do you have some success stories with some statistical evidence?
Very much so. It dates back to the late 90s, about almost 30 years, and started small in our country, in Iceland. And but the methodology kind of caught on, and more and more cities and countries have been joining this structured program. And yes, we have a lot of good success stories from around the world where this is being done properly. There we see positive results, and I hope the same will be here in Uganda, I'm sure.
Okay, so the fact that it started in Iceland, I would like to think that you shared similar scenarios in Iceland. What were some of the things that called for a project like Planet Youth to actually come up? What were the challenges that were in Iceland that you see in Uganda that Uganda has to actually join?
Yeah, well, 2 things actually. There was no plan to make something called Planet Youth. This was kind of organically grown, and it was not until after the millennium people started to call it the Icelandic model of prevention. But in 1998, Iceland was the highest in substance use amongst adolescents in Europe. So we had an alarming situation, and something had to be done, and what Iceland had been doing before was obviously not working. So this methodology was tested out by strengthening the environment of children instead of letting children alone be responsible for their own futures. And after 15 years, from 98 to 2013, Iceland had become the lowest in substance use amongst adolescents. So probably that's why we are here now.
Thank you so much. We really look forward to seeing its launch here in Uganda today, and we pray for the best, and that your initiative is actually successful here in Uganda.
Partnering with UBC and all media houses.
All right. Thank you so much. All right then.
Thank you.
So we are ably informed that the president is in the vicinity. He's almost going to be here, and we have to hand you back to the event program so that you can follow as it unfolds. Thank you very much. My name is Wadulo Arnold Mark, and we're coming to you live from Masindi.
Chairman LC5 Hoima, please, Nakasongola, all the chairperson LC5s, you're needed. You are going to receive the president, Honorable Balam, agambire nomanya oli wentebe ya katano ya masaza ya Masindi, wentebe ya katano ya masaza ya Hoima, wentebe ya katano ya masaza ya Bulisa, Kiriandongo, bakusaba oije, tugenda kutangira His Excellency the President, the Republic of Uganda. Nkwenda kuongera kubasima kandi tuina RDC waitu wachikube webale muno kuija akiki okwesa omugoro nekitiinisa kandi our own RDC wa Masindi Naninda Darius webale muno kusumikaniza omukoro guno kandi gwagenda kurungi kandi kwenda kusima na deputy RDC waitu Sanon webale muno omulimo gwokozere na organizing team eikaire nesumikaniza omukoro gwa youth celebration kandi baguteka Masindi. Let me hand over to my co-MC.
Thank you very much. The chairman, LC5, you may for now remain where you are. The president will be waving to you when he comes. And so for now, those LC5 chairpersons remain in your seats for security reasons. You shall be waved to, and the president will greet you officially when is here. Can I now once again welcome to this year's International Youth Day here at Masindi Golf Course. The theme for this year is Youth Advancing Socio-Economic Transformation through Technology and Partnerships. Youth Advancing Socio-Economic Transformation through Technology and Partnerships. The emphasis is that we can only transform if we partner, if we work together, but also utilizing technology because we are in the digital era. The digital age is not in the distant future. The digital age is with us. So equipping our young people with what it takes to have technological advancement is what will contribute towards the socio-economic transformation of this country. At this point in time, I want to thank all the dignitaries that have joined us to celebrate with us International Youth Day. I want to thank the ambassadors and high commissioners. I know the ambassador of Iceland is here. I know the ambassador of the Kingdom of Netherlands is here. And I know various dignitaries are here with us. I want to congratulate the young people for reaching this very important day, a day of reflection, a day of taking stock of what we have done as programmers, as civil society organizations, as religious leaders, as cultural leaders, as everybody in your own respect. We have done a lot. We have come from very far, but still we have a journey to walk. I want to urge all the young people to embrace all the government programs that have been put in place to eradicate poverty, eradicate unemployment, to ensure that we move into a middle-income country. It is important for us to take advantage of PDM, Youth Livelihood Program, Uganda Women Enterprise Program, the GROW Program, the Operation Wealth Creation, to mention but a few. Poverty is a bad thing, and we don't want anybody to be below the poverty line. It will be dangerous for us. Poverty anywhere is a threat to prosperity everywhere. So as we enjoy ourselves, let's reflect. Let's take stock of what we have done to contribute towards downgrading the profile of poverty in our country. I want to thank you once again. His Excellency the President is just a few inches from here. And the President, as Alice mentioned, will start by inspecting the stalls. Young people are doing a lot to escape the poverty trap, so the President wants to confirm that actually young people are adding value. I want to thank you once again. Honorable, please greet the people.
Thanks so much, co-MC. Our dear invited guests, the religious fraternity, the district team, headed by the security head, RDC,
the deputy, the assistant RDCs, the technical people, all the ANRM fraternity, all the people from all walks of life from Uganda and abroad. This is Dr. Sime Florence Akiki, woman member of Parliament, Masini District, who is hosting you today. I wish to take this opportunity to welcome you once again to Masindi Municipality, to Bunyoro Sub-Region. You are most welcome. We can't forget the youth because they are the future of today and tomorrow. And as the theme of this year, technology, advancing our technology to transform our lives. As the Deputy Chair of Science, Technology and Innovation Committee of Parliament, this theme is very viable because the youth today, when you talk about the youth, you talk about technology. You talk about digital. And I'm requesting the youth to use the smartphone for partnerships, for looking for opportunities, because that smartphone has a lot that you can gather globally. Don't use it for WhatsApp only, for TikTok, but look for opportunities and partnerships. So I wish you the best of the day. I'll be getting the list of MPs who have graced this occasion and I introduce them officially. Thank you for coming to Masindi. Thank you for gracing this occasion. Enjoy the day.
Abagenyi baita abagonzebwa bakyaija bwija munyikirize nyongera kubatangira nkurora Honorable Flag Bearer Member of Parliament Honorable Rally Rogers Byamukama webale mno kuija kandi twina aba RDCs kandi mulabo twina RDC White omwana wa hano Mama Julian yesiganyira barongo webale mno kuija kandi okwesa omukoro gunekitinisa kwa kandi munyikirize nyongere kutangira aba assistant RDCs ngokumbagambirege bali hamu naitwe kandi okwesa omukoro gunekitinisa mbagambirege our own tugume Helen Aroho leka tule ebigenda ha parade habo ku receiving His Excellency.
I want to thank Your Excellency, Her Excellency Head of Mission Iceland Embassy. We want to thank you for coming. I want to thank John Sigfason, accompanied by Betty Kasim and Peter Kashaya and Dr. Kezabu, all from Planet Youth. I want to thank you for coming. I want to thank the UN Resident Coordinator, Excellency Zulu Leonard. I want to thank you for coming. I want to thank Excellency Frederick Quispel, Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to Uganda, who is here on behalf of the EU embassies in Uganda. We want to thank you. The youth are excited about all of you being here and joining us in celebrating this very important day. Alice.
Our distinguished guests, please allow me to recognize the presence of some of the cultural leaders who are present with us here. His Royal Highness Robert Obara Omwenengo of Bugwe Kingdom, Busia. We also have His Royal Highness Isabaruli Omukama of Buruli Kingdom, who is also the chairman of the Uganda Kings Forum. Then we also have Right Honorable Ambassador George Atim, Secretary General, Uganda Kings and Cultural Leaders Forum. You are most welcome. Tunawakaribisha nyinyi nyote.
Hati tukurora His Excellency. He has just arrived. We thank God for coming to grace this occasion of the youth celebration. And I'm now calling upon Madame Alice also to go right ahead and invite His Excellency as he's coming in. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we all welcome His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, His Excellency General Retired Dr. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Tibuhaburwa. I am not going to ask you to stand up yet because he is going to start with inspecting the stores. But when he reaches the ground, we shall let you know so that we can all stand up for the anthems, and then he will inspect the guard of honor. But right now, he is with us, but still inspecting the stores, the exhibition stores mounted by or organized by the youth. Thank you.
Tukurora His Excellency Dr. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni aliyo akurambura abantu bibekolera n'engalo za mikono tukusiima His Excellency omusiita arukwera habwa ekintu kiyateiroho kandi ekyemikono habwa abenyiminyeto hata akaire kanu tukurora akurambura kandi waramara kurambura tujja kuba nitugenda mu national anthem na buli kimu kyona habwa kuhondera emitendere ya gavumenti nokuhesa omukoro guno ekitiinisa hata akaire kanu tukurora His Excellency nigwo omulimo gwakora kandi biri live on UBC, BBS, Salt TV kandi Bukedde TV na TV ezindi tukwenda kwongera kubasiima. Michael MC Alice, you can see His Excellency doing the needful. We thank God for the fountain of honor, Dr. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. General, tukwenda kusiima Ruhanga habw'okwijja kwanyu obukama bwa Bunyoro Kitara oyisaza Serunkuma nkumulwa n'omubongoya n'obukama bwaitu bwa Bunyoro Kitara buli hamu naitwe mwebale muno okwijja kandi okwesa omukoro guno ekitiinisa. Over to you, Michael MC.
I told you, our distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, that all of us here are youth, seasoned youth. But there is one person I'm going to excuse from that one. His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, our president, has always called himself Muzei. Right from the time he took over power in 1986. He was still younger. I'm not saying that he's not young, but he was younger, and he called himself Muzei. Today, we call him Jaja. That is grandpa. That is grandfather. All of us may be youth, but we are excusing him from being youth because he has retained his position as Muzei, as Jaja. So all of us may be youth, but he will remain as Jaja, even young Jaja, because he is the NRM party nominated him and opposed as the chairman of the National Resistance Movement. And at the same time, the NRM party nominated and endorsed him as the sole candidate of, the sole presidential candidate of the party of NRM. Therefore, he is still strongly leading our nation. And we know, come the elections of 2026, he will win. He will win. Because we are looking for votes for him, left, right, and center. I know that the youth told ABCDE, but today the youth have also seen his vision. They have benefited from the capitalization of their businesses. They have also appreciate the programs that he has put in place for them, like Emyoga, and especially today, the parish development model. The money is given to the people right at the parish level. And when that is done, it is actually showing that socio-economic transformation can take place. Because socio-economic transformation that we talk about does not take place at government level, does not take place among only the leaders, but it takes place in people's homes. The emphasis is household income. Now, I would like to, the word I'm going to use is not good, but envy. The word envy is bad. But I'm going to say that I really envy the youth today, because what they are enjoying is not what we enjoyed when we were still younger. Okay, I said we are youth, but when we were youth at that age, we did not enjoy what the youth today are enjoying, because there was a time that government, oh, here we are, can we stand up, can we be upstanding to welcome His Excellency the President? He has completed the inspection of the stores. Now he has come to take the presidential salute, and then you proceed to inspect the guard of honor. Your Excellency, you are most welcome. By the dignitaries, Honorable Balaam is escorting him, now the Minister for Presidency, the Minister for Gender, Labor and Social Development, and other ministers. Your Excellency, you are most welcome.
Mheshimiwa Rais, Amri Jeshi Mkuu wa Majeshi na Baba wa Taifa la Jamhuri ya Uganda, walinde ujumbe wako ya kuadhimisha siku ya kimataifa ya vijana. Imeandaliwa na jeshi vijana wa kulinda sheria na amri na askari vijana huduma gereza. Wamesimama kwa mstari sita kwa vikundi 10. Wako tayari kwa ukaguzi wako, Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Uganda.
Significant disparities remain. School. With secondary school completion rates still alarmingly low, regional variations also persist. While Uganda reports a near universal literacy, Karamoja lags behind with 29.2% for the youth aged between 18 and 30 years. The statistics reinforce the urgency of addressing youth challenges.
General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni aliya kurambura the Guard of Honors kuolekya nti obwekulembeza obulungi bugenda maiso kandi tukwenda kwongera kusiima inywe n'abayizire hati leka tuhule e parade kyegamba tugende maiso. Co-MC.
As the parade inspection is going on, we continue to recognize the generals that have graced this occasion. And among them, we have Brigadier General Bagonza, we have Brigadier General Godwin Karugawa, and Brigadier General Charity Vinawabo. For police, we are having we are having AIGP Magambo Tom and CP Okosh Simon Peter. This is in addition to others that we have been recognizing. Let's have Alice to continue to spice up the occasion.
Yeah, we are celebrating the youth. Actually, we are celebrating the youth internationally because of what they have achieved. And in Uganda, particularly, we are celebrating their achievement, empowerment, and the way that is open for them. All the gates are open now for the youth. They are in the Constitution. They are in the policies. They are in the national development plans. They are in the Uganda Vision 2040. They are all in the books. They are even in the presidential manifesto, which is about to end. But I'm very sure that even the one coming will have to have the youth. Yeah, we celebrate the youth today. Now His Excellency is concluding the inspection of the parade.
Mheshimiwa Rais, nimeshukuru kwa ukaguzi wako wa gwaride. Naomba ruhusa kuendelea na gwaride, Mheshimiwa Rais.
Mona. Monica.
Your Excellency, we welcome you once more. Please can you stand up and receive the President, who is going to take his seat right now. Your Excellency, as you take your seat, may we all take our seats. Your Excellency, this is a day, or this is a time of... Okay. Your Excellency, this is the time for congratulations only as we celebrate the achievements and empowerment of the youth in Uganda. Your Excellency, we congratulate you for being nominated as the sole chairperson, the sole candidate of the chairperson of the NRM party. Hey, I thought all of us were congratulating His Excellency. Your Excellency, congratulations. And again, Your Excellency, the Delegates Conference endorsed you as the sole candidate of the sole presidential candidate for the NRM party. We congratulate you on that. And we are just waiting for elections, and we shall do the needful. Your Excellency, yeah, the third one, and most recently, happy birthday. Yes, I know that many people in Uganda were celebrating in their own ways. We ate cakes in our homes to celebrate your birthday. Your Excellency, I don't even want to say belated, but happy birthday. Now, according to the program, Your Excellency, it is time for prayers. We shall remain seated and honor the Lord, our God, as we sit. And I will invite the Right Reverend Joshua Kugonza, the Bishop of Masindi Kitara Diocese, who will lead the prayers in the Christian faith, and then the District Kadi Masindi to lead the prayers in the Islamic faith. You're welcome. Yeah, we can all remain seated, and we humble ourselves as we are. Yeah, as you can see, I invited 2 people, but even others have come because they normally give one another spiritual support. So you're welcome.
Let us pray. Gracious, loving, and almighty God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for our country, Uganda. Also thank you for the able leadership through your servant, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. We thank you for the youth of this nation, and especially as we are gathered here to celebrate this day. Thank you for the ministers and everyone gathered here. We thank you, God, for the progress, development, initiatives, peace, and relative prosperity. Thank you for the church and its work. We pray to you, O God, to bless this nation, Uganda. Bless our president. Bless everyone who is here. And especially we pray that, Lord, you continue giving this nation, as it stands for your name, always visionary leadership as we see. We pray for the good health of our president. We pray for the youth and all programs aimed at uplifting them. We pray for the peace and that the stability of this nation would be translated into an aspect that enhances, improve livelihood through household income, improve socio-economic transformation, improve health, and above all, bringing people together to serve you, God. We offer our prayers to you because you love us and you have given us this opportunity through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the names of the Almighty Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Our prayers today for the occasion to mark the International Youth Day will be precipitated with a verse in the Holy Quran that mentions the story of the youths of the cave who stood bravely for the freedom of their worship. Indeed, they were young men who believed in their Lord, and we increased them in guidance. Ya Allah, the Almighty Lord, the most glorified in the heavens and the earth, we come before you today on this occasion of International Youth Day to thank you and seek your divine guidance and mercy. We praise and thank you for the blessings of a formidable youth of Uganda, for their strength, energy, creativity, and passion. Guide them, Ya Allah, to use their potentials in the way that pleases you. Protect them from harmful influence, from hopelessness, and from despair. Grant them the knowledge that benefits, work that dignifies, and hearts that are connected to you. Ya Allah, we lift up our beloved country Uganda into your hands. We thank you for the peace, development, and stability you have granted us. We are grateful, Ya Rab, for the tireless efforts of our government, for the programs designed to empower the youth, for initiatives to fight poverty, and for the steps taken to address the challenges of unemployment. Reward all those who strive sincerely for the good of our nation. Ya Allah, we ask you to continue guiding our leaders to serve the people of Uganda with justice, wisdom, and fairness. Inspire them to act with sincerity and govern equitably so that the citizens of our country, regardless of region, status, and background, may benefit from the resources and opportunities of our blessed land. Protect, O Allah, the gains that have been achieved by our country, Uganda, over the years. Shield us from corruption and division and oppression. Unite our people and strengthen them, and strengthen our institutions and bless our efforts. Let Uganda be a land of opportunity for all, where youth rise for purpose and the nation stands in peace and dignity. Accept our prayers, Ya Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. You are the most merciful and you are the most hearing.
Your Excellency, I'm Bishop Joshua Kugonza, Bishop Masindi Chitale Diocese, new bishop. Together with me is Bishop Jacob from Bunyoro Kitale Diocese, Oima, and Monsignor Joseph Birungi, Episcopal Vicar of Masindi Vicarage, representing Bishop Kirabo of Hoima Catholic Diocese. Your Excellency, just in 2 minutes, want to thank you for the work you are doing in our nation, and most especially your interest now in the youth, empowering them and trying to see that they reach their potential. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. As religious leaders, we appreciate your work and we thank you so much. And more specifically, as the Bishop of Masindi Chitara, I thank you so much, Your Excellency, for honoring our occasion during my consecration last month, and you were represented by the Minister of State for Public Service, your daughter. Thank you so much for the offer you gave us, especially offering to give me the vehicle. I'm reminding you that it has not yet come. We are expecting, even today we are looking around to see if it has come, because we were told you are coming. But thank you so much for that. And finally, as a religious leader, remember last year in September, Your Excellency, you promised to give us 4 tractors for the religious leaders in Masindi, different religious group. 1 year down the road, the tractors have not yet reached. Even the tire to show that the tractors are coming, it have not yet reached here. And thank you so much for coming, for loving religious leaders. But also reminding you, Bunyoro Kingdom is famous of a name, Kabalega. There is a historical building, Kabalega Primary School, that you promised to renovate last year, and even a coin has never come. That one gives us a pride as people of Bunyoro, if that one is done. Thank you so much for your love to us. Amen.
Your Excellency, I'm representing the Mufti of Uganda, Sheikh Shaban Ramadane, in this occasion. Your Excellency ntukusima muno habwe birunge bingi byona butukolire ita abana Uganda kandi tusaba mukama ruhanga kongere obomezi. Your Excellency ntukusaba ita aba region ya Bunyoro na Toro tuna regional headquarters studio ntuombeka Habwikia Hill. Alhamdulillah ntusima ruhanga abasiramu na bagenzi babo abatali basiramu bakuzire mulimo gw'amani muno basoloza 800 millions okuombeka headquarters ezi na baitu tuchalemeriro kugimaliriza tukusaba na milioni kabitano egi region headquarter tugimalirize na ikindi nka regional assistant nanye mu consecration yange ntafune motoka yo kunyamba kutambuza mirimo yange baitu okatunihiza nuja kutoa habukuba nkabanza kusavinga ka district kadhi wa Toro miaka msanjo hati ndi mufti yampa kine kikaro kia regional office na habuki ntukusaba muibara ya region yona tufune ntamburege na ba district kadhi bona ba Rwenzori sub-region na Alberton region tibaina ntambura kwa district kadhi wa Bunyoro kantuna na district kadhi hanu wanakasongola kuruga na wataha mu ofisi ya buhereza nawe nasaba Your Excellency urunkoko oramuha entambura webale muno ntukusima muno kandi tusaba mukama ruhanga kongere.
Yeah, thank you for the prayers. I don't know if they are all those were prayers. Because Your Excellency, I had invited them to lead us in prayer. And some other things came in. But Your Excellency, thank you.
Your Excellency, next is the parade march past, both in slow and quick time. And in a very special way, our parade commander is an engineer, flight engineer actually, superintendent of police at Kwase Alex, and is a pioneer for UPE. Parade commander, it's your turn. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, we don't have the national colors, so we are not required to stand. We shall keep seated.
kushoto. Mheshimiwa Rais, Amiri Jeshi Mkuu wa Majeshi na Baba wa Taifa la Jamhuri ya Uganda, huo ndio mwisho wa gwaride. Naomba ruhusa kutoa gwaride uwanjani, Mheshimiwa Rais.
The parade commander has asked for permission to march off the parade from the grounds, and then the other ceremonies will follow.
Mheshimiwa Rais, ametupatia ruhusa kutoa gwaride uwanjani. Kwa hivyo toa gwaride uwanjani.
Thank you, Parade Commander. Let's put our hands together for the Parade Commander for the Jungur run for today. Thank you.
Let's invite Madam Alice to come and take over. Thank you so very much.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, we would like to thank you for being here with us on this occasion. At this juncture, Your Excellency, I would like to ask your permission to bring two groups for entertainment, two brief items, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Hati munyikirize abo kwongera kumanya orunyo rutoro twete aba Kinyara Sugar Works Primary School baina ekiba kwenda kuteka hali the Fountain of Honor Dr. General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Kinyara Sugar Works esomero lyaitu kandi aba Masindi United Stars nimwetekaniza okwongera okusumikaniza omukolo. Thank you so very much. Abakinyara kandi tukwenda kusiba abakinyara bayigireira kandi kwenda kwongera kumanyira okutangira Engineer Jonal webale muno kwijja kandi okwesa okukolo ekitindisa. Leka tuweereze aba Kinyara Sugar Works nibo twete.
Your Excellency, as we welcome the learners from Kinyara, I wish to thank you for creating an environment of investors, and one of them is Kinyara Sugar Limited. They are here, and they have employed a number of people, about 20,000 people, and we thank them for all the support that they give to Masindi and Bunyoro sub-region. Thanks so much.
This is Kinyara Sugar Works Primary School. They're going to present.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kinyara Sugar Works Primary School stage, presenting the content titled The Youth, the Future of the Nation. In the heart of the world, that's ever-changing. Youth arise like dawn, bold and engaging, active participants in our grand design. Their voices
Sugar Works Primary School. Leka tupatere ngale za amani na His Excellency anyumirwe.
Your Excellency.
Michael MC.
You are always talking about the future. Here is the future, Your Excellency. They appreciate what you have done and they are ready to carry it on, Your Excellency. This is the future. This is what it says in Proverbs chapter 13, verse 22. It says, a good man leaves an inheritance for his children and his children's children. A good man leaves an inheritance for his children, his children's children. Your Excellency, that is what you are doing for us. You are a good man. Now, Your Excellency, next on stage, we say that we are going to give you two brief items. We have the United Stars with a traditional dance, Runyeke and Tokoro from Kisita.
Your Excellency, as you take a photo with the Kinyara Primary School, I wish to thank you, Your Excellency, for Masini Hospital. UPDF is already on the ground. They have started with the staff quarters, and we are hoping that soon we shall get the hospital. We thank you for granting us Bunyoro University, where our youth will be able to access higher education near to them, especially from the region. Of course, notwithstanding it will be for the whole nation. I've already thanked you for Kinyara, for the investors who have been able to support Bunyoro and Masindi in particular. We are still waiting for Masindi Central Market because the people who work in that market are still working in a very unclean environment. We thank you for the good roads. I'll be adding on other thanks as we get along. Thanks so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, permit me, we give the stage to Masindi United Stars to present to the guests. Thank you so very much.
President Museveni tukusaba otutumia watoto wa hizi watu nukwepe kwa yeye kwa teknolojia ya entertainment na bali wanataka tueleze Madam Alice please take over. We need to invite you next please. Keto. Your Excellency Mr. President, allow me now to invite the Chairperson of the National Youth Council of Uganda, Mr. Jacob Oyeru, to come and make his speech. This is his last International Youth Day. He will be graduating with his team to adult leadership. Allow me, Your Excellency, he may decide to be accompanied by his executive and some members of the African Youth League. Mr. Jacob Oyeru, come with your team. Donna Wazara to team and make your statement. Mr. Jacob Oyeru is graduating today from youth leadership to adult leadership. Your Excellency, this is the last time we will be addressing you as the Chairperson National Youth Council. Mr. Oyeru, karibu.
Leka tumutangire abanyoro tumutangire n'engalo ez'amaanyi muno asobole kuyinja kubaliza emyenda eya Uganda kandi ya kitaawo.
Mr. President, Mr. Oyeru as the executive here, n'abantu bonna babondeze bamusinzikirize.
Your Excellency, we request that our members of the executive who are still on that side are allowed to cross over. Please, security, Ms. Kichocho Brenda and Ms. Nancha are members of the executive. Thank you. Your Excellency, I'd like to request that in the interest of time, after my speech, they allow the LOC1 of this area to come and address you. He was omitted, and I think that is not right. I request for that. Thank you. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Cabinet Ministers here present, Honorable Ministers of State, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, the commissioners that have worked with us for the last 5 years, Commissioner for Youth and Children Affairs, Mr. Angabirano, Assistant Commissioner Mondo, the whole team in the Ministry of Gender in the Youth Department, the Youth Officer, my sister Sylvia Pimer and everyone there, we want to say thank you. Your Excellency, I want to start by recognizing the presence of Council Chairpersons of the Council of Elder Persons. He is here, Mr. Isa Abiye, the Council Chairperson for the Women's Council, Hajat Chimbowa, they are all here. I thank them for coming. I know that somewhere around, the chairpersons of the youth leagues of political parties represented in Parliament are also here. And I will say some things about them. I want to thank the people of Bunyoro, Mwebare, Muno, for coming, and Singato za Bunyoro Zona, Mwebare Muno. Your Excellency, we have just traveled at double hours from the NRM Youth League elections that ended yesterday successfully. And we want to congratulate all the leaders that were elected. We want to also ask those who were not elected to come together as NRM youth members. We want to congratulate my brother Tanga Collins, who is now the youth chairperson of the NRM Youth League. My sister here, Kichoncho Brenda, came second, and many others followed. Youth members of parliament were also elected. And I want to start there, Your Excellency. We believe very strongly that the youth structures that you started in 1993 are the engine of transforming the youth of Uganda. In the National Youth Council alone, because of the democracy that you engineered, 700,000 youth were elected at village level alone. There is no country in the whole of Africa or in the entire world where such a number of youth participate in democratic processes in leadership. We want to thank Your Excellency. I want to say, the challenge of leading such a big number is that when the president promises, the leader is the one they hold accountable. Your Excellency, you promised those young people cows at the district level, and they have not come to all of them. I want to request Your Excellency, there are new leaders who have been elected. Instead of us procuring new cows for these ones who are getting out, let's give them a startup capital to go and start. Of about 5 million shillings each, they go and they proceed like that. I'll wait for your guidance because you are the father of all these young people. Secondly, Your Excellency, as is customary, the National Youth Council should have held its national sitting yesterday, but we had to postpone to next week owing to the presence of the NRM Youth League elections. But that meeting is always funded by you, Your Excellency. I have been requested, they have traveled here, they are saying, we want to hear you tell the president that we want to meet next week and endorse him as the National Youth Council. Your Excellency, I'm requesting that you fund that meeting next week. I call them because by law I am mandated to call them. I don't want to go to prison on account of NRM Youth League elections, Your Excellency. Now to the issues of the young people. The theme for today, we are in an age where you have identified 4 sectors for jobs. And the theme for today reflects already technology and partnerships that speaks to both the ICT for jobs that you have always talked about, but also the socio-economic transformation that comes from the job sectors. Your Excellency, we want to thank you for the last 5 years. There has never been a period of your tenure which has impacted the youth population more than the last 5 years. We want to thank you. You gave the young people 30% of PDM. That translates to 300 billion in 1 year for young people of Uganda. Thank you so much. Some people don't understand how big that is. By contrast, the entire 5-year period of the Youth Livelihood Program came to a total of about 250 billion with recoveries. In 1 year now, through the PDM, the President of Uganda is giving the youth 300 billion per year. When YLP is still there, Youth Capital Venture Fund is also still there. We thank you, Your Excellency. We want to report that while we are ending, we have not been letting you down, Your Excellency. At the beginning of our term, you sent out the young people to go and monitor the UPE program. I want to report to you that the Youth Council has been monitoring that program, and we can report very strongly that the issues of entry are sorted. The only issues now are of quality of service of the leaders and quality of education in the schools. We want to say, Your Excellency, let UPE program, which is guaranteed by the primary school per parish, be based on an equity approach. Where the literacy rate is very low, like in Karamoja, we rush to complete our UPE schools in each parish. As Buganda, where there is already a proliferation of literacy at almost 100%, we come with equity approaches. That way the country can go together at the same pace. We want to thank you for returning the Youth Livelihood Program, which government had considered to close but said no, since money was given to the youth, if they are paying back, let them use the money they are paying back. Your Excellency, the challenge with young people sometimes is that when you greet him in the morning with 10,000, By evening, he has thought about marrying early, he has thought about paying rent and so many other issues. So the payback rate has not been very good, and government, Your Excellency, that the Youth Livelihood Program is the only program that gives financing to every kind of idea a young person might have. PDM strongly addresses agriculture and production, but Youth Livelihood can fund a young person who is starting a welding, can fund a boda group, just like a Myoga does, can fund a tailor, and those are not catered for under the PDM. We want to request that they recapitalize it with 100 million per district to ensure that the young people can continue to benefit from them. Your Excellency, today I will not be speaking for very long because it's the last day. I just want to thank you for yet another landmark in the last 5 years. Before today, Your Excellency, before our term, government contracts, you would find young people competing with big businessmen like the Entrepreneurs League chairperson, Haji Hassan Balaba. And we would not win. Of a country, and by your guidance, we ensured that there is reservation of contracts for young people. Now, under the NRM government, the youth of Uganda have 30 million shilling contracts and below in every central government reserved for special interest groups. We thank you. We have now any contract in local government below 10 million shillings. You want to build a small window, you want to purchase some desks for a school, support the young people associations of Myoga, of YLP in reserved contracts. We thank you so much, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, yesterday we noticed the iPod Summit, and I'm very glad that the chairperson of the youth leagues are here. Your Excellency, your leadership of democracy is unrivaled in Africa. There is no other president we have seen on this continent that is meeting with the people who want him not to be meeting them as the president. They want to take over his seat. Your Excellency, we thank you for the democracy. But we are saying iPod is currently for secretaries general doing well and for the president. We want it to start being felt at the youth league, women's league level. So the funding that the government is giving to political parties, we are requesting that it helps support the youth league structures of all political parties to encourage young people in those political parties to participate in democracy. As we also engineer the idea of dialogue that we have started through iPod, and we grow that culture. Those political parties that don't want to participate in iPod don't mean well for Uganda. And the young people must reject them in any way they pretend to come. Thank you. Your Excellency, as we come to a close, I want to bring to you 5 quick appeals. Number 1, Your Excellency, I request, we are leaving the National Youth Council with a budget of 4 billion. But the National Youth Council has a structure up to the village. That 4 billion was never enough. We are requesting the new leadership that is coming, let the government give all these councils a budget of 10 billion per year to help them work efficiently up to the grassroots. Secondly, Your Excellency, we are talking about the need for government to help young graduates that come out of school and there is no program that can absorb them. The graduate startup scheme we proposed has not yet seen the light of day. We are requesting that you have that scheme started quickly. Let these young people, whether they have studied arts or sciences, the engineer needs the marketing manager. The doctor needs somebody to brand the hospital, and he needs somebody to manage the finances. They need to be funded as graduates and people who have finished school who cannot be absorbed by the jobs created in government. Please, Your Excellency, that should see fruition. As I conclude, I want to say 2 last things, Your Excellency. Number one is that digital transformation depends on internet reach. As young people of this country, the future of jobs, the future of the markets of ESC, of the African Free Trade Area, of COMESA, depend on the capacity to reach them. And where we cannot fly the aeroplane, we can reach you through WhatsApp, we can reach you through social media, and interact with our peers on the other side. Your Excellency, the youth have requested me to ask you to look into the cost of affordable internet for schools and for young people in businesses. We want to thank you because government has now given a 3-year tax holiday to every young person starting business. It's an achievement again in the last 5 years. And that's why we are saying we have never seen a record like the last 5 years. But we are saying business environment is not yet easy. A young person starting a business at 21 still needs to pay all the dues at URSB. Why? Why don't young people's businesses get registered for free at URSB? Because anyway, they are dying at 90% per year initially because of taxes. So if you are taxing me, you are costing me so much that I cannot formalize, how would I benefit from the tax exemptions? How will I grow the economy formally? And how will I contribute to taxes willingly? We want, Your Excellency, that is looked into. The other day, finally, Your Excellency, we saw stories on social media about the plight of young people outside the country. Young people of Uganda are the future of our country. The remittances that come from our young people working abroad are more than our earnings from most of our exports, including coffee. And I want to request Your Excellency that government puts emphasis in access for those young people where there are many. We have over 300,000 young Ugandans in the Middle East doing work, making remittances to Uganda. The Ministry of Gender has tried, but Foreign Affairs can put embassies within reach where there are majority Ugandans. There are more Ugandans in the Kingdom of Qatar than there are in the United States, than there are in the UK. But when you go to Qatar to look for the Ugandan mission in Qatar, in Bahrain, in Dubai, is a struggle. So we are requesting government invest where you have your best chickens. I want to thank you because I know you will achieve. Your Excellency, in conclusion, I want to say these young people who are standing here are exiting. We have a customary meeting with you before the Youth Day, but because of your tight schedule, we have not achieved it. We are requesting that before perhaps we leave today, you meet the National Youth Council leadership. And we are able to brief you on some things, including those of the problems that I will face if I don't brief you, that are not very good to say on the microphone. Young people have traveled here from across the country as youth leaders, and they are here. They do not have any way they are going to live because they know that they usually come for Youth Day and you finance them. Give them transport and I survive today. Otherwise, Your Excellency, I am not going to live here, I can assure you. Number two, we have worked with civil society a little better in the last 5 years. Through the UN joint program, we have worked with civil society, and now we are glad that civil society is not as political as they used to be, sometimes bending only towards the opposition. The National Youth Council, though dominated by the NRM, has worked well with organizations like the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy, like the African Youth Development League. And we have been collecting voices of young people into what they called a youth manifesto, representing them. I told them that it's okay, our president receives whatever young people bring. And I want to request protocol to bring that youth manifesto, for them to hand it over to the Minister for Youth, and they take a photo with you to recognize that you have received the voices of young people. I now want to end there and request that my colleagues introduce themselves for your memory. I remain Jacob Eyeru. I come from Oyomai village in Soroti district. It is my last address to the young people. And I hope with 10 billion for the next leader, we can achieve much more in the next youth leadership than we have done in our small leadership. Thank you, and may God bless you. Please introduce yourselves as the manifesto team moves down to take a photo with the president and hand over. Just that. Thank you.
With all protocol observed, Your Excellency, my name is Sam Ogwal. I serve as the Secretary of Finance to the National Youth Council of Uganda, but also as the IGAD Special Youth Envoy. Thank you so much for always having young people. Thank you for always committing yourself to supporting young people. I come from Aleptong district. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
All protocol observed. Your Excellency, my name is Pasquin Achio. I come from Lira City. I'm the National Secretary for Students Affairs to the National Youth Council, and also the newly elected NRM flag bearer for Workers Member of Parliament. Thank you.
All protocols observed. His Excellency the President. My name is Wilson Otto. I come from Agago District. I am the General Secretary of the National Youth Council and lost in the last election for the NRM Chairperson Youth League. Thank you so much for the leadership and guidance that you have given us in the last 5 years. May God bless you.
All protocol observed. Your Excellency, I am Gadi Pitu, the Secretary of Publicity, National Youth Council. I come from Moroto District, Karamoja Sub-Region. I'm so glad that the youth trusted me in the past 5 years. And I also thank you for supporting the youth in different ways, especially in Karamoja Sub-Region, where we managed at least to achieve the peace for these past 2 years through the disarmament action that is spearheaded. Thank you so much.
All protocol observed. Your Excellency, I am Nacha Esther, the outgoing Vice Chairperson of the National Youth Council and an aspirant for Central Region Youth MP who lost yesterday. But I want to appreciate you for the support you have rendered us in these 5 years. Thank you so much for fathering us. And as the young people of our country, we are really so proud of you. May God bless you for us.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm Kichoncho Brenda from Kabale, Sub-Region, and I'm the outgoing Secretary for Female Affairs and Board Member, Women Council. Your Excellency, we want to thank you for always keeping your word and supporting young people in this social transformation. And young people are ready to support you come 2026. But Your Excellency, these young people are being tortured by some individuals. And young people need your attention. You need to meet them and they explain to you before we go for the 2026 general election. And we are ready to support you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. All protocol observed. My name is Tumuhaire Barnabas. I'm the Youth Council Chairperson, Masindi District. And Your Excellency, I'm glad that I've hosted you today. Your Excellency, as the language says in Nyoro, that I'm also leaving the Youth Council leadership. I beg that you look at me. I've studied and I'm ready for everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Just name and
my name is Martin Manzala, Executive Director, African Youth Development League. Thank you.
Your Excellency, my name is Otim Ivan. I work with the African Youth Development League.
Your Excellency, my name is Juliet Done Yokia. I work with Wandandad as Refugee Engagement and Policy Influencing Coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I will also request that the young leaders of the political party youth wings also take a photo with you. Let's move to take photos with His Excellency. Okay, let's wait. He will come back. All right, he's saying we go. He's coming there. So let's move down. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and thank you all for loving our president. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let us invite Alice to come and take us through to the next program. Thank you so very much.
Sorry, I forgot to invite the Executive Secretary for Special Interest Groups. Please come close to take the photo, as well with the President and the Coordinator of the Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs. That is the team from Parliament and the Executive Director. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, National Youth Council. Your Excellency, ideally, I would be inviting the Youth Member of Parliament, Western Region, Honorable Lugumayo Edison, but I'm told for one reason he seemed to be absent. And therefore, the next speech is going to come from the UN Resident Coordinator, His Excellency Zuru Leonard. His Excellency Zuru Leonard is the UN Resident Coordinator in Uganda. I'll keep him here for a minute as His Excellency the President returns. I'll have the opportunity to have a chat. DJ, give us some background music. And sole candidate for the presidency 2026-2031, but also the current chairman of the National Resistance Movement. Those pictures are very memorable for the young people, many of them exiting youth leadership and getting to higher levels of leadership in the country. Your Excellency, we thank you for your leadership, and any minute from now, I'll be inviting His Excellency, the Resident Coordinator, Resident Coordinator, His Excellency, but after the photo moment.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Honorable Betty Amongi, the Honorable Ministers here present in your respective capacities, development partners, UN colleagues present here today with me, Honorable Members of Parliament, Masindi District Local Government leadership, all dignitaries in your various capacities, and most importantly, our dear youth who are here present, the girls and boys, the women and men, the young ones of Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is a great honor to join you today in Masindi as we mark International Youth Day. This year's national theme, Youth Advancing Socio-Economic Transformation through Technology and Partnerships, could not be more relevant to Uganda. It also complements the global theme, which says local youth action for the Sustainable Development Goals and beyond. With more than 73% of Uganda's population being under the age of 30, this generation is now coming of age at a time when the country is expanding internet access, investing in innovation hubs, and embracing global advances in artificial intelligence. They are not only the largest youth generation in Uganda's history, they are also the first with the tools to leapfrog persistent development challenges and drive inclusive transformation through digital solutions. We are already seeing this happen all over the country. Across Uganda, young people are building businesses, developing homegrown tech solutions, leading climate action, driving creative industries, and most importantly, advocating for equality and justice. Your Excellency, allow me also to commend the government of Uganda for its strong investment in young people through flagship programs such as the Youth Livelihood Program, the Parish Development Model, and the Presidential Skilling Initiative. And there are several others. These efforts demonstrate commitment and lay the foundations for a prosperous and inclusive future for Uganda. Building on this national leadership, the United Nations is proud to walk this journey alongside Uganda on several initiatives, including the United Nations Joint Program on Adolescent and Youth for the years 2023-2025, launched by Your Excellency in 2023. This multi-million-dollar program focuses on advancing education, skills, and employability for young people. In 2024 alone, over 127,000 adolescents were equipped with 21st century skills to prepare them for the jobs of the future, while more than 20,000 vulnerable households, many of them youth-headed, received cash support to cushion them from shocks, and United Nations supported innovation hubs and digital skilling centers where we are nurturing thousands of young entrepreneurs across the country. The United Nations in Uganda is also teaming up with the MasterCard Foundation to give young people, especially disadvantaged youth and refugees, the chance to succeed. Through Young Africa Works in Uganda, over 50,000 youth have already transitioned into work, and 60% of them, I am proud to report, are young women. Together, we are turning skills into jobs so that youth can power the economy and shape a future for all. These results prove one thing: when we invest in young people, transformation happens. However, challenges remain. Many young Ugandans still lack access to quality, industry-relevant education, decent jobs, finance, and digital tools. Climate change continues to endanger their livelihoods, and gender inequalities and harmful practices such as child marriages, female genital mutilation, and gender-based violence still persist. However, we know that if we invest in youth, especially women, we know that 90% of their income is invested in their families and communities. However, the realities of the challenges stymie the full potential of girls, young women to lead, learn, and innovate. We must ensure that marginalized young people, including refugee youth, those who are not in employment, education, or training, and vulnerable girls such as child mothers are not left behind. Breaking down gender barriers and encouraging young girls to pursue non-traditional fields is essential. Indeed, yesterday in Kampala, I met young women who are trained to become mechanics, plumbers, and electricians. So empowering girls with skills unlocks their potential to drive economic growth and social progress. We need to recognize that 2030 is not far away, and youth have a key role to play in helping Uganda accelerate achieving the SDGs. Youth cannot do it alone. As such, youth-adult partnership is good and key to their development. It is key to creating an enabling environment where they can thrive. Together, we must scale up digital, vocational, and green skills training, expand youth employment through private sector investment, enterprise financing, strengthen social protection for rural, refugees, and vulnerable youth, and ensure that young people are part of decision-making as leaders, not just participants, and deepen partnerships across government, private sectors, civil society, and international partners. Let us also invest in the green and digital economies where youth can thrive sustainably. Climate-smart jobs, artificial intelligence, data science, and blockchain are no longer future possibilities, they are current realities. These fields must be accessible to all youth, especially those outside urban centers. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence, when applied responsibly, offers powerful opportunities to strengthen technical and vocational education and training. It enhances personalized learning, improves teacher effectiveness, and aligns skills development with real-time market needs. The United Nations has piloted these approaches here in Uganda, encouraging youth to take part, and we have seen very, very strong results. And we are committed to continue our support to ensure that Uganda's youth are empowered with the skills needed to succeed in an ever-evolving job market. Our initiatives focus on improving education infrastructure, teacher training, curriculum development, ultimately contributing to a more skilled and competitive workforce. We have equipped TVET institutions with production equipment and ICT infrastructure, enabling trainers to deliver high-quality programs. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, as we look to the future, we recognize the importance of continued investment in science, technology, and artificial intelligence in education. We call upon the government and all stakeholders to support the following actions. Number one, to boost youth employment by adopting an integrated approach that combines training, job matching, financial support, and the participation of young people in design and implementation of programs. Number 2, to support investment in the development of digital technologies, digital public infrastructure, with the aim of achieving universal connectivity, closing the digital divide, advancing e-commerce, and deepening financial inclusion. Indeed, at the request of the Prime Minister, I recently spoke to the United Nations Technology Entity, and they are ready to deploy a technology needs assessment mission in October to find out the technological needs of Uganda. And I'm proud to report this to you, Your Excellency. The third one, to promote inclusive use of technologies, such as artificial intelligence, in skilling and innovation, while promising responsible use, privacy safeguards, and equitable access across rural and urban communities. Your Excellency, as the United Nations, we continue to champion youth leadership and youth-driven innovation. From program design to implementation, we believe youth voices are essential in shaping inclusive and future-ready solutions. Before I conclude, allow me to share a few words from the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, from his message for International Youth Day 2025. He says as following: young people are bold innovators, resilient organizers, and essential partners in achieving their sustainable development goals. Let us work together to support youth-led solutions and build a more just, peaceful, and sustainable world. From the ground up, I close quotations. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, dear young people, Uganda's future will be written by its youth. With the right investments, this demographic dividend can power Vision 2040 and the Sustainable Development Goals. To the young people of Uganda, keep innovating, keep pushing. We see you, we believe in you. The United Nations stands with you. We are committed to supporting your dreams and your efforts. On this Youth Day, I salute every young Ugandan and commend you for the great work you do. The United Nations stands with you as a partner, as an advocate, as a friend. Together, let us build a future where every young Ugandan can thrive. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the UN Resident Coordinator, Excellency Zulu Leonard. Your Excellency, the President, allow me now to invite Her Excellency Frederike Quispel, Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to Uganda, to speak on behalf of the European Union embassies in Uganda. Your Excellency, Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to Uganda, you are welcome. Come and speak to us. Thank you so much.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda and guest of honor, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, honorable ministers and members of parliament, Your Excellencies the ambassadors, members of the diplomatic corps, government officials, representatives of UN agencies, civil society organizations, religious and cultural institutions, but most of all, of course, all the young people present. Abantu ba bunyoro mulimuta. My name is Frederike Quispel, and I'm the Netherlands ambassador to Uganda. It is my great honor to represent not only my country, but also all the countries of the European Union and the EU. Together we form Team Europe. And it's my absolute pleasure to join you today at this event in the stunningly beautiful Masindi. I'm really happy to be here. And the EU and its member states, we stand in solidarity with Uganda in commemorating and celebrating this day under the theme Youth Advancing Socio-Economic Transformation Through Technology and Partnership. There's a proverb in my language. It says, jong geleerd is oud gedaan. Egyo yega, umu buto, chiba, chowumezi, bwawe, buona. I think. And I think in English it would translate as, what one learns young is learned for life. It reminds us that values and skills and opportunities that we present to the youth today that will shape our societies tomorrow. Uganda is one of the youngest countries in the world. Over 75% of the population is below the age of 30 and nearly half is under 15. This is an extraordinary demographic reality and an extraordinary opportunity. By comparison, in Europe, only about 15% of the population is under 15. And more than 20% of the population is over 65 years old. Where Europe faces the challenge of an aging population, Uganda faces the challenge and the opportunity of a youthful one. The energy, creativity, and ambition of young people can drive economic growth, innovation, and social progress. But this potential can only be realized if young people are given meaningful opportunities to participate in education, in work, in politics, and in community life. Meaningful youth participation means more than being present in the room. It means having a voice, being heard, and helping to shape decisions that affect your lives and your futures. That is why we welcome the 8th National Youth Parliament that was held on the 12th of August, where young leaders debated pressing issues, proposed reforms, and advocated for youth priorities. My dear friend, Honorable Balam, Minister of State for Youth and Children's Affairs, pledged to support these initiatives to grow stronger. This is meaningful youth participation in action. And we also congratulate Honorable Adroni Rodney on his election as Speaker of the National Youth Symposium, a true sign of the vibrant youth leadership Uganda has to offer. And Team Europe stands in strong partnership with Uganda's youth. The European Union delegation, the Royal Danish Embassy, and my very own embassy are proud to work together with youth sounding boards. These bright young people give solicited and sometimes unsolicited advice on how to better include youth within our work as diplomatic missions. We take their message to heart and improve our work hand in hand with the youth. And I'm very proud that some of the Netherlands youth sounding boards are here with us today. Well, challenges remain. Globally, so worldwide, youth are 3 times more likely to be unemployed than adults. In Uganda, unemployment and underemployment affect nearly 2/3 of young people entering the labor market each year. And while TVET graduates show better job prospects, with 63% finding employment within a year, many still struggle to match skills to opportunity. And I have to say, young women in particular face additional barriers in education and economic participation. Your Excellency, you know how much I love agriculture, as do you, and 80%, so 80% of Ugandan food is actually produced by women and girls. So imagine the growth if we help them with training, with access to finance, access to markets, and of course, the right technology, preferably from the Netherlands or anywhere in the EU. Today's theme, technology and partnership, matters. It's through strengthening market-relevant skills that we can bridge the gap between education and employment. Team Europe is committed, and just let me give you a few examples. Ireland has supported 3,500 youth in Karamoja to pick up hands-on skills that make landing a job much more likely. And the Netherlands, we are backing young people with training for online freelancing and gig work. I had to say, a young person had to explain gig work to me. That is working online to design websites and do all sorts of jobs you can do online. So the future, clearly, or at least necessary skills for here and now. Italy supports Uganda's youth, especially women and refugees, through small and medium enterprise development scholarships and through the Africa-Europe Youth Academy program. And the EU is putting its energy into the future. Skills and jobs for youth in the green and digital sectors. And with digitalization being the cornerstone of the European Global Gateway strategy, these opportunities are only going to grow. Belgium and Germany are both strongly committed to advancing economic cooperation with Uganda through the Leadership Through Africa program. And there's also the Erasmus EU flagship that sends Ugandan together so they can study and learn technology. There's one little thing I don't want to forget, an important thing. I want to give a shout out to my dear colleague, His Excellency Joash Mangi. He is the Kenyan High Commissioner and he's here today. And together we are working to improve the lives of women and girls and women leadership. And I'm very proud to have him as my partner. And my call to action for everyone here is simple. Let us commit, governments, partners, private sector and communities to create opportunities, not just for youth, but also with youth. And for the young people here, on both sides of this field, I know it's good to ask support of your elders, but it's also good to think about what you can do for your country. So I understand your life is not very easy, mostly, I guess, for young people who are sometimes on the difficult side of the fence. But think about your agency. What can you do? And I think, of course, you have a president that is very, very supportive. But I also believe there's always something that you can do yourself to improve your situation. I hope you don't mind these words from somebody who's almost an elder. Uganda's youth, you are not just the future, you are the strength of today. And Team Europe is ready to work together and build a tomorrow worthy of your dreams. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Team Europe, for those excellent remarks. Your Excellency, Mr. President, we have been but simply assistant directors of ceremonies. My name is Mondo Chateka. I work with Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and I want my colleagues to introduce themselves, and thereafter I will invite Honorable Dr. Asimwe Florence Akiki, Woman MP Masindi, and also NRM flag bearer to come and recognize the honorable members of Parliament who are here, and thereafter invite the Director of Ceremonies, Honorable Baram Barugahara Atenyi. My team.
Your Excellency, my name's Jeff Ndolirire Gutoma. I work with Leshego Uganda Limited. I'm honored to be here. Kandi ndi Munyoro Kabalega, ni Munyoro webale muno His Excellency Omusita Arukwera.
Frank Baina, my name is Senior Commissioner of Prisons and Prison Spokesperson.
Mheshimiwa Rais, jina langu ni Alice Abwoli Muwanguzi. Nafanya kazi katika ofisi ya Rais. Nimekuwa hapa msaidizi wa Director of Ceremonies, Honorable Balam. Nimekushukuru sana. Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Rais.
Your Excellency, as already introduced, I'm Dr. Simwe Florence Akiki, a woman member of Parliament, Masin District, and the host, and the NRM flag bearer, who didn't have any case in the tribunal. I scored so highly that there was no case to answer. Let me take this opportunity to introduce my fellow MPs. Please stand up for recognition. The names I have got, and those who joined later, I don't have the names, but I will ask all of you to stand up for recognition. My colleague, Honorable Aled Abgizive Ronald, please stand up for recognition. That is the MP for Bururi County. Honorable Nora Bigirwa, from Bulisa, woman MP, thank you for coming. Honorable Kunihira, representing the workers, thanks so much for coming. Honorable Alan Atugonza from Bulisa, thank you for coming. And all those MPs who are here, whose names I don't have here, please stand up for recognition. Unfortunately, I cannot cross that side because of protocol and security. Thanks so much for coming, and we can't take you for granted for honoring this occasion. And Your Excellency, the MPs from Bunyoro sub-region worked so hard on the sugarcane amendment bill. We want to take this opportunity to thank you, Your Excellency, for assenting to this bill and making this bill into the law. By that law, the farmers, the sugarcane farmers, will be able to improve on their income, and the sugarcane millers will also benefit. The government also will benefit from taxes, and the younger people will also be able to benefit because the farmers will be able to pay school fees for them. Let me take this singular honor, but before I welcome our son, our brother, I wish to take this opportunity to thank you, Your Excellency, for appointing our own, our son of Kabalega, Honorable Balam Barugahara Tenyi, to be the Minister of State in charge of the youth and the children. He is actually the youth. When you see him on TV, he's always jumping up and down with the youth. Let me take this honor to welcome you and ask you, Honorable Balam, to come and introduce the ministers and also make some remarks. Thanks so much, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member of Parliament, Honorable Balam Barugahara.
Your Excellency the President, the Honorable Sec Member Engineer Jenard, Vice Chairman of NRM in Western Uganda, colleagues, Cabinet Ministers, Honorable Honorable Mire Babalanda, Minister of Presidency, Honorable Beta Amongi, Minister of Gender, my leader in the ministry, Honorable Peace Mutuzo, Honorable Mary Mugasa, Honorable Kabianga, Honorable Namuyangu, the Residence Judge of Masindi, Her Excellency, my friend, the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Netherlands, Frederica, Your Excellency, the Resident Coordinator, Zulu Leonard of the United Nations, His Excellency, Ambassador Joash Manyi of Kenya, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of the People's Republic of Algeria, Moruda Malkoun, and Your Excellency, the High Commissioner of the United Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency General Aziz Malin, the Chief of Mission IOM, Haji Sanusi Tijan, delegation from International Labour Service Organization, Deputy Ambassador of the Republic of Sudan, the Resident Judge of Masindi, the Honorable Justice who are present, the Inspector General of Police, who is my elder brother here, Honorable Magambo, Honorable Abbas Yakagawa, General, I'm calling you Honorable because today you are not in the barracks, so I'm adding Honorable instead of General, or instead of Afandi. And everyone who has made it. I want to thank the bishops who made the prayer, and in a special way I want to recognize and thank all members of Parliament who have made it here. Today we have a special guest from Iceland, whom I will address later, whom I will invite to say just to wave to the crowd. Before I speak, there is Church of Uganda called Dosania. Church ya Dosania mwije muzinire president ekizina dakemu yonka nubotandike gamba. Baitu mbere ni nsaba abantu abali kanyuma ko mwije nywe na mwije agatano. President abaze nenyo abasecurity abantu abo mba clearing. Abantu abo bara mba clearing bagaruke mu kisayi. As they come, Your Excellency, I would like to thank you for allowing to come to Munyoro and to come to Masindi once again. My other brother, Chanda Leonard, he was meant to be here, but he hasn't made it. He sent a representative, General Nabasa, who's representing him. The Honorable Chanda and others, General Chanda and others, they are in this region, mobilizing alongside us to ensure government programs are implemented right. But Your Excellency, as the choir come, I made a tour from Monday. I went to Bulisa on Tuesday. I spent a day in Bulisa. The people of Bulisa raised a few of challenges they are facing, especially with the fish protection unit in Albert. They are arresting people and they take them to Panyamun across the other side, and yet they have cells this side. So I believe I'll give you a detailed report regarding that. And Chiriandongo also have issues, but I'll write those issues as I speak out. Chuba muje muzirire muzei ekizinache.
Ababesenia nibo bagenda kuba nibahereza tukusaba habwakaire tukole bwangu.
Itwave kanisa ya Besania twino kusemererwa kwingi muno kutangira president wa Uganda Yoweri Kaguta Museveni kiki murubuga runo rwaito rwa Masindi president wa Jaki
Itwave kanisa ya Besania
kusemererwa kwingi muno kutangira president wa Uganda Yoweri Kaguta Museveni akiki muruga runo rwa Masindi president wa Itaki kutangira iwabe kanisa ya Tanzania iyo kusemererwa kwingi muno kutangira president wa Uganda Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Yoweri akiki webale muno kuchungura ihanga yaite Uganda Yoweri akiki okwijo kuchungura ihanga yaite Uganda nituzera akiki okwijo kuchungura ihanga yaite Uganda nitusime mpereza yawe numbi muno kuruka mu mwaka gwekinana na mukaga okaleeta obusingo mu bantu bona atukukwase ruhanga nuwakwebembere Yoweri akiki okwija okuchungura ihanga lyaitu Uganda Yoweri akiki okwija okuchungura ihanga lyaitu Uganda ni wawe kuruka waisiye nindimige yomonire ihanga lyaitu amasomero amarwaro gombekere enyoka bantu bakagomora nusafu nayo bakabijunga niye mutora nayo biresiye abakaruza bakabijunga bo bafiyeho Yoweri amakongere nibisane Yoweri akiki webale muno kuchungure ihanga lyaitu Uganda Yoweri akiki webale muno kuchungure ihanga lyaitu Uganda Museveni Kaguta nitukusima abokutuha minisitiri mulungi muno Minister Barugara Baramateni owabana hamuna bemiyeto omusaijo mulunge kwatangabo okuruga hanu omubunyolo Yoweri akiki webale muno kwijo kuchungure ihanga lyaitu Uganda Yoweri akiki webale muno kwijo kuchungure ihanga lyaitu Uganda
Let's invite the Honorable Minister, Ababesania Mwebali.
Ababesania mugenda ali muzeya kwenda kweteza ekisannenyi. Murabali. Nkwenda kurecognizinga mama wange, Honorable Asamo Helen, Minister wa abantu abayina obulemu amubiri gyabo, nawayizire, kandi na MP wa Bujenje Keke Aro. President, I will make this brief speech to you as you take the photo so that we can manage the time, so that you will ensure by 3 p.m. you leave the airspace of Bunyoro at pleasure. Your Excellency, sir, it is a great and immense gratitude and honor that I welcome you to this gathering in Bunyoro to mark the international celebration of the Youth Day 2025. You are all welcome to Masindi District, the guests that are accompanying the President. Your Excellency, sir, permit me to congratulate you on your belated birthday that you generously hosted at Kololo ground. Happy birthday once again, Your Excellency, and long live our visionary leader and fountain of honor. In the same vein, allow me to congratulate you and the entire movement fraternity on your very deserving endorsement as chairman of NRM party and NRM sole presidential candidate 2026. Your Excellency, sir, we are here today in fulfillment of 1 hour international diplomatic commitment and obligation as a member of the United Nations fraternity to recognize and honor the numeric strength and potential of youth in socio-economic transformation of our countries, consistent with the UN General Assembly Resolution 54-120 of 1999. Your Excellency, sir, you flagged me off to embark on a nationwide wake-up tour, which has taken me to various regions in the country to monitor how various government poverty eradication programs are performing. I am saddened to report to you, sir, with the various programs, YLP, WEP, and PDM, among others, are riddled with a lot of corruptive tendencies and mismanagement by some of our people. I would like to make a correction to the National Youth Council Chair. He mentioned that so far the youth have received only 300 billion through PDM. Your Excellency, as you may be aware, you have now released close to 4 trillion towards youth, towards PDM, and of which 30% is earmarked for the youth. So far the youth have received 1.2 trillion, or 12,000 millions towards youth empowerment. Your Excellency, more will come in a report as I will send it to you. Finally, Your Excellency, permit me to recognize in a very special way our special guest, John Steffensson from Iceland, Chairman of Planet Youth Iceland, and his team, who are here to witness the launch of Planet Youth Partner Uganda by Your Excellency and decorate you with a badge of patronage for Planet Youth Partners Uganda, the role you did accept in Rachtura during our break in December. Planet Youth in Easter holiday. Planet Youth Partner Uganda will be partnering with government of Uganda in fight against substance drug abuse in the country, especially among the young people. Your Excellency, allow me invite my colleague, Senior Minister, but as she comes, I would like to announce that I've set up a special mobilization task force that will work in Bunyoro, that will be composed of pastors, sheikhs, and other religious leaders who are willing, together with other supporters of yours, led by Karuhanga John, the RDC and Dinda of Masindi, the Deputy RDC of Chiriandongo, Akwete Iroho, and Dinga Martin, Otugo Lorin, Biranga, and all other leaders. It's a team of about 30 that I will ask you to commission today, and then we shall seek commands from you. I want to thank Operation North Creation, Chinyara Sugar Works, for cleaning this ground and also providing us with 5 million towards the function. I would like to thank Victoria Sugar, who have also contributed 5 million shilling towards the event, and their directors are here, both directors of Chinyara and Victoria Sugar. And then I would like to recognize our special friend, Deepak from India, who has so far, since I took over as a minister, he has treated now 200 young babies with heart disease and other chronic illnesses. Deepak should be seated somewhere. I don't know whether he's somewhere here so that you stand up. Is Deepak in one of these tents? Yeah, so Deepak, when the president comes, you'll come and take a photo with him at an opportune time. Protocol should prepare you so that you take a photo with the president. That gentleman, Deepak, he has offered treatment to 200 of our children in Uganda. So I would like to thank Deepak for that. Your Excellency, we love you, and you will get the votes that you need. In absentia, with apology, is Mzee Matiaka Saija, who's preparing for your visit tomorrow in Chibali and Kakumiro. So he's not here with us today. He sent his apology. And the General Chanda sent his apology that is also for accreditation in Brussels. He couldn't join. But the cluster sent by General Mos Kainerugaba in Bunyoro is doing a wonderful job. We should support them more. I would like to thank them. I want to thank you, Your Excellency, on behalf of all Bunyoro who are here. Thank you for appointing me to serve under you and putting me at the front to empower young people that we are doing. I would like to thank you. And in a special, I want to thank the Revival Bishop Nyakojo, and Pastor Chibuka. They have worked tirelessly in this region mobilizing young people in their churches to attend our programs. And also some of those young people are here. They have come to attend today's celebration through those two churches. I know the veterans of Masindi and Chiriandonga and Chigumba and the Bulisa requested me to pass a message to you, but that will be in writing. I will deliver their letter and their reminders. I don't want to waste a lot of your time. Honorable Minister Amongi, kindly come and address the gathering. Mwebale muno.
Your Excellency the President, honorable ministers, members of Parliament, Excellencies, the ambassadors and the High Commissioners, our cultural leaders who are here, religious leaders, the chairperson of the National Youth Council, and all the youth fraternity who are here, development partners, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this belated Youth Day. We would have celebrated it on 12th, which is the International Designated Day, but Your Excellency, you were out of the country, and the youth of Uganda insisted that they want you to be around, and so we want to thank you so much, Your Excellency, for accepting to give today to the youth of Uganda and be here in person. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, as we gather here today, we are gathered under the theme of youth advancing socio-economic transformation through technology and partnership. And I want to just highlight what this theme should talk to in the context of the youth of Uganda. Your Excellency, this theme recognizes the rapid evolution of digital technologies and their impact on the socio-economic transformation of Uganda. It also recognizes that we should ensure that the benefits of the digital economy are accessible to all, to prevent the digital divide between the urban and the rural, the young and the old. And within the context of Uganda, Your Excellency, I want to just give you some statistics. Telephones. The 2024 digital study noted that 43% of Ugandans aged 10 years and above are using smartphones. Of these, 28% of those using smartphones are between the age of 15 and 24 years. Your Excellency, the study also indicated that over 47% of the young people are using smartphones for trade, entrepreneurship, and business. And that majority of the youth are into online trading, online delivery, and most of the phones have become businesses. Further, Your Excellency, the fintech economy, this is financial technology economy in Uganda, is growing more and more. When you go to the local areas, you'll find many employment have been created for the youth. There are agents for mobile money, there are agents for banks. These days, even the most rural of the villages, anybody can go and withdraw money anytime through somebody with just a smartphone or a small technology that will allow them to make the local people withdraw money and bank their money. The same studies under fintech is saying majority of payments now are online because of technology. Your Excellency, this theme also calls upon us to ensure that we focus on youth who are living now in the era of technology, and that our action, our plan as government must ensure that economic, social, environmental, and cultural needs of the youth are anchored on plans that focus on the future of technology as the alternative to driving our economy. Your Excellency, acknowledging that prosperity involves tackling the root cause of these challenges, Government of Uganda has initiated several programs that are supporting youth involvement in ICT. A number of programs have been articulated by the chairperson of the youth and the Honorable Balam, but I want to highlight a few areas that we are undertaking as government to enable youth acquire skills, to mentor youth, equip the youth, and enable them to embrace technology. The first one, Your Excellency, is the National ICT Infrastructure Support Program. This has created a marketplace for Uganda digital products, software, and innovation products for the youth. And it's in all the regions of Uganda. In Nakawa, you have a business hub that is being manned by Ministry of ICT. We have a branch in Mbale, Mbarara, and Gulu. So the National Innovation Hub is also promoting digital innovation among the youth and combating unemployment, skilling them, and giving them startup. The National ICT Fair, Job Fair, which you have always attended, an annual event, which is under the Ministry of ICT. We partner as Ministry of Gender with Huawei, the technology company, has so far skilled over 50,000 youth free of charge on areas related to technology, offering internship in technology called Vibrant, FinTech, and other training programs, mentorship. We've also partnered under this program with 13 universities in Uganda, where youth are being skilled for free on ICT. So digital literacy and skilling, entrepreneurship skill through digital technology is driving innovation, employment, and job creation. Your Excellency, we have one of the very important programs launched recently, the Business Process Outsourcing Services. This is where local talents are being connected to global opportunities in countries like Japan, UK, US. These are countries that lack labor, and they always ask countries that have labor to set up job opportunities in country and use technology to work from their country. Your Excellency, this project, you have been a passionate advocate for this project in Cabinet. It has been launched. I know of youth organizations that are now working from Uganda as customer care officers for companies in Japan, in UK, in US. I met a young man who is now globetrotting. He has employed over 700 youth who pick telephone calls as a customer care organization, but the phone calls are for UK, Japan, directing them through online job opportunities and tracking and directing people in the UK to go to hospital or to man their telephones or to man their emergency health care here in Uganda through business process outsourcing program. So this has been one of the most propelling areas that are creating jobs under technology, youth, and ICT. Your Excellency, we also have e-governance program through public service, where most of the jobs under Public Service Commission is now done through computers. So the first interviews in most of the public service commission, you don't interact with humans. You interact with technology that will mark you, and those who have failed the interview will be wiped off through technology, but also through e-commerce and also e-governance. Ministry of Public Service has piloted in about 4 areas, and I see the Minister of State for Public Services here, where they want to take government through the e-technology to have, and ensure that corruption in jobs and also service delivery is efficient, and majority of the people being employed are youth. Your Excellency, we also have under Ministry of ICT, the NITA connects all government agencies, and the infrastructure backbone project is ensuring that access to internet is by all major towns, cities, and communities in Uganda, focusing also in tourist area, because most of the tourists, when they come, they want internet in villages. So that project under NITA connects, and the national backbone infrastructure is focusing on e-governance, expansion of access to internet, and all that. So, Your Excellency, the theme for today, Youth Advancing Socioeconomic Transformation through Technology, is something that is already happening in Uganda. We know that voter registration has been undertaken through technology. Majority and Uganda, through your leadership, has already indicated that the voting for 2026 will be through the biometric technology. But the voter registration, the National ID Cards Project, education, health, recruitment abroad, all these are now being undertaken through ICT technology. So, Your Excellency, the theme for today calls upon us to ensure that the decisions, actions, or inaction of us as present generations who are in charge of this country should ensure that the young people and that technology and future generation should take the responsibility of propelling our economy, and with all the programs that I have articulated and many more, Uganda is on the right track of ensuring that the digital technology embraces key areas that affects the youth, job opportunities in all the areas that youth are participating in. So in conclusion, Your Excellency, technology and partnership are transformative enablers for empowering Ugandans' youth and accelerating socio-economic and national development. And as Uganda transitions to a knowledge-based and innovative-driven economy, our young population should be equipped with digital literacy, creativity, innovation, and global connectivity, which plays a critical role in driving inclusive socio-economic change. With this, Your Excellency, I would like to now invite you, Your Excellency, to speak to the people, and later you will be invited to undertake some other activities. Thank you. You're welcome, Your Excellency. Can we give a hand of applause to His Excellency the President?
Abantije mutagire president agenda kubara muchawo. Abara ahero ko mutenti nywena muije abali kula ahero kuli mutaye muije murole president mule bigambo bya president.
The honorable ministers, nja kubaza mu rujungu abaho ayahindura abako abamutuba kumanya runyoro murokurungi abamasindi murukurungi There's somebody translate who can translate well.
Mguru Sindan.
The honorable ministers, members of parliament, all the other leaders.
Omugurusi akutangira enyo ba minister aba parliament hamu n'abebembezi nywe na mitendero gyona.
And the wananchi.
N'enyo abataka nywe n'abantu babunyora abayizirano abarugire mu Uganda mu bicweka bya Uganda byone ebirano.
Now I'm very glad that the NRM has fulfilled its plans.
Muzeyi akusemerera mutima gwa kuura asemereirwe nti NRM ebintu byaraganize kubikora kandi ebikozere bikushira obwingi.
Tubyaraganize ebyategekere.
Ebintu byategekere.
Because some people confuse pledges with the plans.
Kuba abantu abandi bintu byakuraganiza mu kubiconfusing wati mu kubitalibaniza ni mu bitabura mu bya plan ebira plan ya government.
The major plan of the government, first of all, is peace.
Plan ya government yokubanza businge.
And that one is firm and Uganda is peaceful.
Kandi ekyo kya security akikwasiremu n'amaani kandi ihanga lyona liri hamu taro obuzibu bwona.
Taro omuntu akusobola kuleta hano entaro.
Taro omuntu weena akusobola kuleta kajanja kimberembera hapa mu Uganda.
Nobody can bring war here and we don't defeat him.
Tara kusobola kuleta bule mu bwona muzeyi na mayigi nagatamarawo.
However, within peace, there is not only entire war, but also crime.
Mu businge takwata bukwata antaro baitaro na abantu abakuchwa emisango abakora emisango.
There we still have some work.
Awachara ono mulimo gw'amaani gwakukora gwakulwanisa.
Aro ebikyaburamu.
Are ebisigalire bitaito baita kubimara.
The policemen sometimes don't follow up the cases properly.
Aba police obundi tibakuseruliza kurunje emisango yanyu gye mukunyegera n'emisango endi.
And there's some corruption.
Alimu n'okulya akasente bakuba nibasaba abantu corruption.
So there I will tell you what should be done.
Awe jatugambira kyagenda kukora jatugambira kicha tugenda kukora kyagenda garuzawo.
So that is the major plan of the NRM, peace and crime-free society. Peaceful and crime-free.
Ate jonyo plan ya amani yomuheru plan yokutekawo obusinge n'okumarawo emisango n'okumarawo ebizibu ebyo ebiri mu bantu ebikumiga abantu.
Now, when it comes to health, the big plan is immunization.
Uchikwija abomezi ebyobomezi bwaitu plan ekushira amani niyo yokutugemesa oba okutera ebikatu nka polio n'ebindi.
The youth you are talking about, the big number are because of that immunization.
Abasigaza abakushira obwingi okuba nti muli baingi nti biceka 78 chikuruga immunization program ejo giyakozere kurora nti buli mwana abamutera akakato ako.
And they are no longer children are no longer dying.
Kandi abana tibachafa.
But on the health side, there is still some problem on the treatment side, on the drugs of treatment.
Aro tuchaine kizibu mu bwomezi okwo mu health tulina ekizibu kimu kya emibazi na abantu okutunga obujjanja obuyikire.
Okugenda kurungi beto kutambira kukyalimu ebizibu. Immunization is going very well, but curative has got some problem.
Mugurusa agambire okugema kwabagambire kukuli bata kurungi baita obuzibu buli obulo obusigalire bulo obutaito obonu obukulemesa baita ja kumarawo nabo
buli akutambira
okutambira okwehara okurwara
to treat as opposed to from
okwijanjaba
I will tell you what the answer, part of the answer for that. Now, when it comes to poverty and jobs,
Chigambo chobunaku
n'emirimo y'abantu
n'emirimo y'abasigazi n'abantu abandi bona.
The plan is first of all commercial agriculture.
Plan ero yakuteekamu akasente mu byokulima n'okuliisa okulola nti mutunga sente mulime ni mutunga sente.
Okubegesa okukolera enda hamwe n'enshaho.
Okubegesa okukolera enda zaitu okuliya ebyokulya by'omuka baitu kandi byemukukora nibirugamu n'akasente.
Now I can hear your theme here of digital.
Nti muzeeyi akulora theme yaitu yekiro kya leero omurama gw'ekiro kya leero tukubaza mutimbagano computer.
But I've not seen anybody eating computers.
Ntitakaloraga muntu akulya computer.
People are still eating food.
Abantu bakyali ebyokulya bakulya karo n'ensomaki n'ensowe.
So the digital is an enabler.
Ebyo bya computer bina kutuyambawo buyambambe.
To do things much faster.
Okukola ebintu nitubyanguya.
But please remember, the real economy is still agriculture. That's part of the real agriculture or real economy.
Nti muijuke ensi yaitu omurama tulina kulibatira abyokulima n'okuliisa. Okubeezaho amaka gaitu.
Okubeezaho obwomezi bw'abantu ebyokulya bino kubaho. Food must be there to support life.
Muzeeyi agambire ebyokulya birina kubaho nka bino leero byabagulire bye muliire ebyo okuba nti obwomezi bwanyu bwikalewo kandi bubewo.
Now there the plan, we have got many plans for agriculture. We have got money in UDB for the rich people.
Ntati muzeeyi plan gyayina ati ateire sente mu Uganda Development Bank okuyamba abo abalina amafaamu oba emisiri emikooto ezikungulana mu eka 50 okulola nti bongeremu amaani mu byokulima n'okuliisa.
Now for the Banaku, the plan, we have been having many plans, NADS and all that, but now the plan we have is PDM.
Ndati abanaku akantu akarawo akasigalira akanyu ke yabadizayiningire ke yabatereiro nuko kibakweta parish development model oba PDM sente zikwijja amuruka ezo milioni 10 buli mwaka buli muruka gwa Uganda.
So I'm very happy to know that money is coming every year to every parish.
Nti muzeeyi akusemererwa muno wakuwura nti sente zikwijja mu miruka gyanyu buli mwaka kandi buli mumuruka gwona.
This is the one which affects everybody.
Ezo nizo sente ezikuyamba oba ezikuganyula abantu boona bahansi.
So therefore, please take that plan very seriously.
Akutusaba sente ezo eza PDM tuzikozese kurungi kandi tuziyemu omugaso tuzikozese tuzizaale tutunge sente bulomu abe kurungi.
I have heard some people saying, oh, this money is coming but we have not seen it.
Muzeeyi awulire abantu nibabaza nti sente zikwijja baiti mukuzirora go mazima. Sente temuzirora.
And others are saying the money, there is some corruption there.
Abandi bagamba nti sente za PDM mu byaro kuno waitu mu byaro bantu bakuziiba. Abataito bakuziiba.
Now, me, I have already done my part. We looked for the money. We looked for the money. And we have sent the money here. The people who are stealing that money are your people here. And therefore, you in the parishes, you have a duty to demand this money to okurondora okutoza
Muzeeyi agamba nti mulimo gweitunka abataka mumuruka buli mumuruka okusaba accountability ya sente zaitu ezikwijja ati buli muruka gwakatunga milioni 10 emyaka 3 nizo milioni 13 ati mumuruka gwanyu gwokuruga mugendo kaguza ogwo chief sente ezo zirinka abawereze baba bazitungire nkainyo abataka.
So don't just say, don't just complain because you have the power.
Omugurusa agambira amaani gali mu bantu gali ambalinywe mutacomplaininga mugende musaba accountability ya sente zanyu babagambire sente zirinka bo wabazitungire.
Of course, once I get facts, I can come in and also arrest and so on.
Omugurusa agambire waratunga mazima ajja kukwata abantu abo wenawe ajja kuteekamu amaani gaije alole nti abantu abo babakwate kandi basasule sente zebayibire zigarukire bakama baazo.
But also you must trace that money yourselves.
Baitu agambire mulimo gwaitunka abataka buli muruka okurwanira sente zaitu okukaguza sente zaitu zirinka ezikwijaga milioni 10 buli mwaka owakuzirya owazitungire owazibenefitingire.
That's why the NRM fought and gave you the power to elect your leaders.
Nuwa bwache NRM kagenda mu kisaka yabahamani abataka amiruka na LC zanyu na wadi zanyu kurora nti mukome abebembezi banyu abalebembera kurungi kandi bayina kuba nibawura ebiragiro byanyu kabataka bakama babo.
So learn how to use your power. These people who are stealing your money are elected by you.
Omugurusa agambire abantu abakwiba sente zanyu mumiruka ninyo babakomere so mwina kwesa amaani ganyu nkababakoma mubakolewo.
The government in the center will do its part, but you must also do yours.
Government ya iguru kuli ejja kora omulimo gwe kusobola kukora bali nainywe nkabataka mwina kora omulimo mwina kurwana kurora nti mutunge sente zanyu.
Then that money, if it is traced, will help you get out of poverty.
Sente ezo kuba tuzirondora kurungi zijja kutuyamba turuge mubona ku nkabataka mu miruka gyaitu n'ebyalo byaitu.
And the issue of stealing drugs in government centers, government health centers.
Ekizibu ekindi ekyokwiba emibazi mu marwaro ganyu mu marwaro mu health center zanyu amarwaro getuyina gatwetoleire ekizibu ekyokwiba emibazi nikyo ekizibu ekindi.
Those health centers are not in Congo, they are not in South Sudan, they are here.
Agambira marwaro ago tigali Congo, tigali Juba, tigali South Sudan, baitu galano waitu anu chijura.
So you can trace those drugs, demand from those health workers.
Omugurusa agamba tukaguze abantu abo abakora abasawa abakora mu marwaro emibazi yaitu erinka mulimo gwaitunka abataka abayikazi mu marwaro agatwetoroire okaguza emibazi ekuruga mu government erinka.
So you need to come in and do your part.
Akubasaba abesengereze inywena mukoro omulimo gwanyu nkabataka kandi abantu abakoma abakulinda ebyalo ebyo nabakoma abantu abali mu bikalo ebifo bimu abateiremu.
If you do your part and the PDM money is well used, you will solve many of your problems, including jobs.
Omugurusa agamba wetularondora sente zaitu ezo za PDM kurungi tujja kuteekawo emirimo tujja kumalawo n'ebizibu ebyogamba ntalo emirimo.
Mujja kuruga mu bunaku n'okutungira abaana banyu emirimu. Now let's see, there's a boy called Byamukama in Kagadi area. He has done some work in their area there. I don't know whether the team can show us.
Aba PPU mutero bya mukama. Honero bya mukama Fred wakakumiro. PPU. Ekisani kikwija abaitu audio tekurugayo. Your Excellency mbere nisaba tugende mu maiso ne baseera audio ya bya mukama.
Okay, so
Kamai demonstration farm. My name is Fred Byamukama. I'm a member of Parliament of Buganges West Constituency, Kakumiro District. We are now at our 4-acre demonstration farm. The land we have here is approximately 4 acres. This is a farm we started 2 years back here, 2.5 years back. And on this farm, we have a half acre of pineapple, has 6 cows for 0 grazing. We have poultry, about 25,000 birds, but only 11,000 are giving us eggs. And we have 1 acre of grass. We have piggery, those are very many. And 1 acre of coffee mixed with banana. Where we are, this is the 4-acre model farm. I did this activity to teach my voters, to lead by example, so that my voters can learn what measure the president tells the public. This is an initiative I learned from the president sometime back when he sent me to learn to Kaumu, to Kisozi. I copied what I copied, this is what I came up with. And you will see as we move, or that side, this side, that's my 4-acre model farm. The house as well, I don't sleep here, but if I would sleep here, the house as well is seated on this 4-acre model farm. When you look at poultry, out of the 25,000 birds, it's only 11,000 giving me eggs. Others are soon giving me, and I get 302 trays per day minimally, because 11,000 birds are supposed to give me 366 trays. But because of the feeding method of deep litter, I don't get all the eggs. I get 302 trays per day minimally. Then I sell in a month, you can get a net profit of 55 million. Because you get 108 million, but you can't get all that. You have to buy feeds, pay workers, pay electricity. Remain with 55 million net pay. When you get the cows per month, these are 6 cows. Each cow minimally gives you 20 liters. So when you get 20 times 6, that's 120 liters per day. 120 liters per day, for us a liter here is 2,000, because we sell each cup at 1,000. So you get 2,000 times 120, you get 24,000 per day. So 24,000 per day, when you multiply, you get about 7.6 million per month. But 7.6 million per month, you cannot save it. You have to get 200 to pay these workers, sometimes even the drug for spraying. That is 0 grazing, you spray for ticks and other things. At the end of the day, you remain with a net profit of 6 million from the cows for 0 grazing. So this is our grass. Here, 1 acre of grass. This 1 acre is enough feeding our 6 cows. And our cows are feeding well with this grass we have. When you get like the half an acre of pineapple per harvest, we get about 4.5 million and I harvest twice a year. You will see, even as now, there are those which I can harvest for my friends to take. When you look at the piggery, in a month, I can get about between 150 and 180 piglets. But those I don't sell, I give to my neighbors to rear. When you look at coffee, we normally harvest 12 million. We normally harvest 12 million from 1 acre because we're just starting up the harvest. We had the first harvest, and when you get about 12 million, but when you irrigate very well, and you have fertilizer, you get between 18 and 24 million. From 1 acre, coffee alone minus banana. And this banana at the end of the month, you can get about 1 million, 1.8 million. But I don't sell my banana, I use it for eating. So I simply get my coffee to ensure the other 12 million I'm telling you, which we are getting from this 1 acre, because we have tested it where you receive. And here, currently, I'm employing 26 people. Previously, I was employing 17, but I added in more things in the farm.
Show us those workers, freeze them there. Those workers, freeze them on the screen. The workers.
Now,
you have had this Byamukama.
Mulire honoro byamukama yabaye agamba agambire mu rujungu baitu agambira ina eka ina ainawe ente mukaga.
Please translate for me, not for yourself. You have had Byamukama.
Mulire byamukama.
And he talked about many things, but we don't have time to go over them.
Agambire bingi baitu tutwina wire bwo kubigarukamu.
But like from eggs alone,
agambire mu mawuli gonka,
he gets about 55 million shillings net per month.
Ntakora milioni 5 mu mawuli gonka buli mwezi buli kwezi. Oyirewozo okozesa zona amagoba gakora milioni 5.
Now that's about 600 million shillings a year.
Ezo nizo milioni nkarukaga mu mwaka. Net omazire kuyawo byona amagoba gakora.
Now he didn't talk about he talked about the milk. We don't have time to add that. Milk, then coffee and pineapples and so on.
Abalize amata yabarana enanasi
omwani
nemwanyi baitu twina bwire bogaruka mwebyo
kubugaita to add
taina bwire bwo kuteka figejo hamu.
So, but he's employing 26 people now.
Atakwesa abakozi 26.
So Byamukama has dealt with the two problems: obunaku, poverty, and jobs.
Onero Byamukama amaziro obunaku, then ateiro n'emirimo.
Now we have got another man called Nyakana of Fort Portal.
Aro munyorondi bakumweta Nyakana wa Fort Portal.
Who has done like Byamukama, who even before Byamukama did like what Byamukama is.
Ayabandize kora honoro Byamukama byakora ati.
But for him, you are using 1 acre.
Wakwesa eke muyonka.
Byamukama is using 4 acres.
Honoro Byamukama ina eka ina.
Now that Nyakana from 1 acre he has been able to employ 15 people.
Omunyoro Nyakana mu ekemu akozesa ata ina abakozi 15.
Now Uganda has got 40 million acres of arable land like this land.
Nti Uganda ina milioni nyingi z'amataka.
40 million.
Milioni 40 getukusobola kukozesa.
Okulima
n'okuliisa.
But if we just use the 7 million,
Wamugurusa agamba kuba tukozesawo just milioni 7 zonka.
Like Nyakana.
Nkomunyoro Nyakana.
Would create 105 million jobs.
Tujja kuba tusobola kuteekayo emirimo emilioni 15.
Yes, they are not high skilled jobs, but they are jobs.
Tijiri mirimo ya office yokujwala ebya white baitu mirimo mirungi kuba gikusasulwa.
Now, that is more jobs than all the population of Uganda.
Egyo emirimo mirimo eyingulaine n'abantu abali mu Uganda. Abantu abali mu Uganda tukuyika milioni 10.
So therefore, please listen carefully to the message of the NRM.
Mugurusa kubasaba muwulirize kurungi message ye gyakwekana n'aba.
Muleke kukwata bino mukakwata iki. Please, plan number one, commercial agriculture.
Omugurusa kubagamba ekyo kubandiza kitulina kukola okulima okutunga mu sente.
That's number one.
Egyo niyo number one y'omugurusa.
That is the plan.
Egyo niyo plan ye namba emu.
Ate bibinde bya motoka za bishop ebyo bintu bindi.
Ze motoka za bakama bange abedini ebyo bindi.
So when you come to a meeting like this, concentrate, because that's the one which applies to everybody.
Wetukujja mu meeting nk'eno tubene tubaza abintu ebyo bikuyamba abantu ba hansi.
Bona
ebikubaganyula inywena.
See, even your language is not clear. Just talk. Be clear. Ebikukwata abantu bona niki PDM na abantu bona ba hansi.
Omugurusa agamba sente za kusindika amuruka ezo zikubayamba inywena kuba zikuyika mumiruka jona niziyamba abantu ba hansi.
If you do it well in 5 years, a parish would have got 500 million.
Omugurusa agamba mu myaka 5 buli muruka kujja kuba gutungire milioni 15 kuba tukola kurungi.
In the 3rd year, the ones who got first will bring back what they got.
Mu mwaka gwa kasatu ababandize abatungire myaka 3 nyuma ati bakuba ni bagara.
So by the end of 5 years, 300 million will have been brought back.
Wetwamalira myaka 5 mujja kuba milioni 3 zibazigarukire mu nsawo yanyu y'omuruka.
The parish will be having 800 million shillings.
Omuruka buli muruka gujja kuba guyina milioni 800.
So that's what will solve poverty and also solve the issue of jobs for the low skill jobs.
Agambe sente ezo zijja kutuyamba okuleeta emirimu ey'abo abantu abatasomere muno kandi n'okumalawo obunaku mu bantu.
And all of you concentrate on that.
Kandi akutugamba itwena amaani gaitu gateeka asente ezo oba mirimu egyo.
The political leaders,
abebembezi,
the religious leaders,
abanyadini, abebembezi b'eddiini,
the cultural leaders,
abebembezi abobukama.
Because a parish is everywhere. There are parishes in the whole country.
Emiruka agambira emiruka giri mu Uganda yona.
So each one of you should be asking, a sente za PDM zilizita muruka gwetu, sente za PDM zilizita.
Omugurusa tugamba itwena akutwegesa tutandike kaguza sente zaitu za PDM zilizita zirinka.
Amakanga agatungire. Now, then the next sector is manufacturing.
Agambe ekintu kya kabiri kitulina kukora nuko kukora bu factory
sector. The other sector, the Abaganda call it akabondo.
N'abanyoro nakabondo baketa kabondo.
The next sector is manufacturing.
Agambe ekintu kitugaruka tumazire kire kya agriculture, commercial agriculture nkyali tugenda mu bya manufacturing.
Let's see the factories. Show us some of the factories. On the screen there. How many people are working in just one factory there?
Ate mugurusa akubagamba mu bwina abantu bayinga abakora mu factory ejemu yokejo je mu bwina yakapekejo.
You have already talked about Chinyara here.
Agambire mutubalizo wa Chinyarani.
And you mentioned how many jobs?
Emitwalo ebiri MP agambire emitwalo ebiri.
20,000 jobs created by just one industry.
Agambire ati factory emu yeitwe ya Chinyara abantu mitwalo ebiri no abakuganyuramu no abakutonga emirimu.
Industry, not factory. There are a number of factories, industries.
Mu ikolero limwe ero lyonka lya Chinyara tulina abakozi emitwalo ebiri ka Honorable Minister kakwatugambire. Company emu ya Chinyara.
20,000 jobs. So the plan should be to attract more and more factories in our area.
Ati mugurusa agamba kitulina kora nkaito abatakaitwena kusika company ezindi abantu balete sente bateke sente mu bichweka byaitu bombeka amakolero nkago.
We are going to have a very big industrial park in Hoima around the oil field.
Agambire saa yona tugenda kuba na paka mafactory maingi paka ekichweka kiri amafactory maingi kuli haya mbali bakolera amafuta Hoima.
Like Karuma near the dam. We should be having an industrial park there on both sides, on the side of Lango and Achori, and even on this side. We should get land and have factories there.
Ado mugurusa agambire nka Karuma akwenda side ya kuli Lango babe na factory na kuno waitu tube na industrial park kuno waitu Kiriandongo.
That's what you should be talking about.
Ndicho tuina kubazao.
The industries are already employing 1.4 million people.
Agambire amakolero agaro hati tuina abakozi milioni 1.20.
Yes. So we can have more of those factories.
Wecha kusaba tutunga amafactory ago amakampani ago gabe maingi abasigazi tutunga emirimu abasigazi mutunga emirimu.
Now the third one,
ekyakasatu,
the third kabondo are the services.
Ekyakasatu nije emirimu gino gitukora. Okuweereza.
Emirimu y'obuheereza. Obuheereza, this digital you are talking about now. Digital, you are confusing our people with just talking about one thing. Digital is part of the services.
Omugurusa agamba bintu bibabeni babazawo bino eby'emitimbagano ebya computer nti tukubabuzabuza nti ebya computer biri akimu abintu ebiri mu kabondo akobuweereza.
It is both. It is buheereza but also infrastructure.
Kiri mu buweereza baitu n'okutuyambawo okusindika ebyo bitukola okwanguya.
It's a very important good, but it must, in the case of Uganda, we have got more than that.
Ntano mu Uganda bikubani bituyamba okushira naawo.
Because other countries like Japan, Banaku, they don't have what we have here.
Abantu nkabo ba Japan oko bo Banaku muno kandi tibaina bituyinana.
They don't have agriculture.
Tibaina ebyokulima.
They don't have raw materials for industry.
Tibaina ebintu bakozesa mu mafactory na mu makolero gaabo.
So that's why they are limited. They have only manufacturing using imported raw materials.
Bochi bakora
and also those services.
Bochi bakora bakutunga material kuno okuruga munsi zaitu ne bazikozesa kulowaabo then nakabondo akakabiri bali mu buweereza.
But here we have the services, but also we have the potential for agriculture, potential for manufacturing, so we can't abandon them and then only go for digital.
Atagambire ntano ito Uganda tuli kurungi. Tuina itaka lyaitu kusobola kulima ebyokulya nebirugawo nebyokutunda kandi tuina na material ge bakozesa mu factory, tuina n'ebindi bingi bitukusobola kukozesa okuruga mu lunaku.
So the services, we have tourism.
Nti mu buweereza obwo tuinamu ebyokulambula.
Somebody aliyoko Bulaya aine enaku nekarawenka tumuleta kurora enyamwiso zaitu nasemererwa ntumutambira na mwenya hamaiso abukaruzire enyamaiso. that we have healed him. That's a service to him. That's why tourism is a service.
Agambire okurambura nkaba abajungu abakujja ne bagenda mu Action Park okwo ne balora ebinyonyi byaitu n'ebiri ne basemererwa bakuba n'enako okwo waabu ne bajja ne basemererwa.
Abanyankole bakyeta okushamara.
Bakujja ne bashamara kwasa amaani basamirira ne balora ebintu.
Hata obuhereza omulinyo babyota kwasamirira okushamara.
Okushamara ndio kusameera.
What is okushamara?
Murunyoro nawo kuba kusamara.
So tourism, okushamara, hospitality. Like when I was here, Rugare was trying to get a hotel somewhere. Did you have a hotel here or something?
Omuguru sagamba ntakajjawo nyuma yarambura hotel gyenkombeka omuguru sinkagimazire nkyaseera sente.
That is hospitality now.
Tagamba nk'ebyo byenkora nibyo ebiri mu kabondo kabagambirako obuweereza.
So now digital is part of the services, because like when you are sending money, you have the money, you have earned money from eggs, from milk, from coffee, but you need to send it quickly.
Ate omugurusa agambire bino bye tukubazayo by'emitimbagano biri mu kabonda akakobuweereza nti wokuba otunzira ekintu kyawe ina akasente kaawe okwenda akasindi kagende kairuke speed ogera nokateeka mu banka ano omuntu ali Kampala nakatungirawo nitweyambisa emitimbagano egyo gya computer.
But what will you send if you don't have money?
Baitu orasindika ki otayina sente?
So that's why you should link the whole thing.
So tulina kukolera ebintu tulina bikuteeka hamu bikolere hamu.
Okukwatanisa byona.
Obubondo bwona obwo tulina bukwataganiza hamu nubwo tutunga akasente ke tunakozesa amitimbagano egyo.
And I'm glad Honorable Amongi has finally organized what I have been telling them long ago about the BPO, business process outsourcing. Umuntu kwikara hano Kampala anamanya kubala ebitabo abakanada bakamusindikira ebitabo byokubala akabibala akabasindikira ahasumu. Omugurusa agambire asemerere muno nti minisita we Honorable Minister Amongi ateiro kintu kyamugambire kyabeere namugamba okukora kuruganyuma okwo akakigambaire enyuma nti abantu bakusobola kuba baraano Uganda nokola emirimu gyaheeru baitu oraano omanyire kubala ebitabo nobibalira Uganda otalina genda aheeru kuseera mulimu nokolera ano okozesa omitimbagano egyo. Nobale bitabo bya za companies in Canada, UK, Japan, baitu nokolera ano. So that's very good. That's part of the services. Akusima muno ekyo kirungi nuko akamu akantu ketulina kukola mu bubondo. So therefore people, I appeal to you, concentrate on the basics first. Akutusaba amaani gaitu tugateeke mu bintu ebyo okubanza ebirina kutuyamba. The grassroots mass. Ebintu ebikuyamba omuntu wa hansi ebikuyamba abayingi boona. Abayingi ebikuyamba abayingi. Then we shall be able now, like the fundraising. Ati nkebyo ebyokusonda sente. You show them my young man Joseph Ijala. Show them to them.
Hello, my name is Joseph Ijala. I am the proprietor of Taifa Farm, which is located in Serere in a place called Kakusi, where we are. And in Taifa we have dairy, poultry, and we're also making laundry bar soap. But we also have the value addition aspect of the farm, where we produce yogurt and pack it in it for the market. This project started 11 years ago after an inspiration from His Excellency, the President of Uganda, when he had come here and he was teaching people about the 4-acre model. He was having a rally in Soroti, and that time I was working as a taxi driver. I was doing that master business in Soroti. So when I heard this, when I heard he was around, I crossed to go and listen to his story. And he was talking about a 4-acre model, how to improve household income. So when I came back, I was fired because I delayed there and the taxi came close. And the guy said, you go and eat those words that you had. But I had already this land, 2.5 acres, but I also had local chicken here. But after hearing that, I got inspired to put more effort on raising this chicken. So I raised the chicken to the tune of about 100 of them. Then I got a small incubator. That was about 4 eggs. So I used that incubator for multiplying my local chicken farm. Eventually I was having 1,500 local chicken around. And I was very famous for local chicken. So but then local chicken were not answering my day-to-day needs. So I decided to translate it to layers. In Taifa farm we have 10,000 layers, which give me about 310 trays per day. And each tray goes at price of 10,500. So approximately 3 million, about 3 million shillings a day from the eggs that we get. Of course, it varies depending on the cost of the feeding, but at least a half goes for management, a half goes to our pocket as Taifa. So after selling the layers, that money, I invested it on dairy. I started dairy with the 4 cows. But you know, I have multiplied very fast because I'm using AI. I have my own semen bank here. So I do it.
That Ijara started about 12 years ago when he had my message.
Atogo msaija Ijara akatandika kore byakora uyawulire message y'omwebembezi.
12 years ago.
Emyaka ejirabira onyuma oko.
12.
Emyaka 12 nyuma.
You had each day, he gets 3 million shillings from eggs alone.
Akuya mumawuli milioni 3 buli kilo mumawuli gonka.
And he has got milk also.
Kandi aina na amata.
And other things.
Aina nebintu ebindi.
Now when I was there, he insisted on giving me a gift of a cow.
Akagamba akabana gonza muwe namwe kisembo kyente.
A Frisian cow worth 6 million shillings.
Akanagoza muwe ente ya milioni 6. Ente ya mata enjungu.
I told you, Ijara, I don't need cows. I have my own cows.
Akamugamba wetakwetaaga butebwe we ayina ente ze.
But Ijara said, if you don't take my cow, I will feel insulted.
Akamugamba ndi wotakugitwala ajja kwekola ekintu.
No. Nilisanga nkamugayire. To put it in a better.
Agambire.
Kunkumanta tuerente nimba nisana ngaru kumugaya.
Ndajja kuba nkamujogere warayange kisembo kye.
So
ajja kuba nkakumuge atakumuyikiririzamu amugayire.
The fundraising which we talk about, like the building this, will be easier if all the families get out of poverty.
Atomgurusa agamba nti zino fundraising zitukola ebizokwombeka ezakiri nakiri zijja kutuyamba abantu bone baraba bayina sente barugire mbunaku.
Because now what you call fundraising is not fundraising.
Ati byemukweta okusonda sente okwombeka amakereziya amakanisa n'ebindi tizikuba fundraising.
Because fundraising means many people, each one contributes equally, and then you have big amount.
Omugurusa agamba nti ebintu ebyo byakweta fundraising kimanyisa nti abantu abayingi mwijja hamu buli omu n'aleeta ekikwingana nimugabira oba ni mu fundraisingira nka church yaitu nka ya St. Matthew buli omu n'aleeta omugabo gwe nimuyingananganiza emigabo.
But now when I come and as president, I give money. This is not fundraising, this is donation now.
Ate omugulusi bwakwijja ano nka omwebembezi w'eihanga akagaba akasente akuba ta ku fundraising abaita kuba n'agaba nka omwebembezi w'eihanga.
Nima takusonda.
Takusonda.
Okusonda means benji basonda bakole ekikoto. But abanaku tubasobola kusonda.
Omugulusi agambira abanaku timusobola kusonda.
Because you have nothing to give.
Kuba timulina kyokugaba.
So therefore, the answer is all of us to work so that the people get out of this poverty.
Ati kituyina kora itwena nk'abantu kulola ntulwanise abantu bona baruge mu bunaku.
And it will not take long. Ijara was a munaku, but now he was forcing me to take a cow of 6 million.
Kandi okuruga mu bunaku tikijja kutwala kasumi karayira because ijara we akaba munaku. Baitu myaka 12 ata kumukaka atwale ekisembo kyente.
Because he has got something to give.
Kuba yati alinawo byakusobola kugaba.
So therefore, please, in our messaging, let's be very clear to the population.
Omugulusi agamba nti byetukugamba byona amizinda aleno na mu maradio n'okuhoona mbali tugambira tube straight abantu nitubagambira amazima.
Clear, so that people don't too many things.
Omugulusi takwenda tutabule ebintu agamba tulemera kintu ekyo kirayamba abantu bahansi.
Now therefore inywe aba Uganda nywena esente za PDM nzija
akubamanyisa kandi akakasa nti sente za PDM mu Uganda yona zikwija miruka janyu.
Hati nywena buli muntu muruka gwa agenda akaguze sente ezo zirinkaha.
Ate abasindikira nnyo abalani nywena mugaruka owanyu mukamumiruka mukaguza ab'emiruka sente zino za PDM zirinka.
Muleke kunkongora numunkongora okunkongora nimuzaho ninyehereza sente ninyine kuza kuzironda.
Ati bambi agambire muleke kumuchwa kuba mukumuchwa wakusera sente nazibasindikira kandi mukwendera abayambe n'okuzikwata abasuma bakuziba.
So nimwija kora nanyo okwata abasuma ntujja kora mukwata abasuma no harasinga kwata omusuma arahehi nawe.
Omugulusi akaguza owara asobola okwata omusuma awo.
Omuntu arahehi n'omusuma ningo arahara no hara tukonyera okwata omusuma
barawo bateere emikono gyabo iguru.
Mwebale muno ate mufokera abasajja mananu n'abakazi mananu bejukuru bakabarega.
Ate agambire omurama muyamba okukwata abasuma ati mufokere bajukuru bakabalega mazima bakaswa.
Tureke kusindika sente zanyu bakaziba imwe mukefumbata nk'amafuzi esente bazibire turakoraki.
Omugulusi agamba mulekerawo okuculeera ne bayiba sente zanyu mukefuura nk'abatalina muntu akubabaliza mwebalize mwerwanewo mukwata abasuma.
Now hati abasuma nibeja kujana n'abantu bengi. The thieves will have to go with many people.
Omugulusi agambire abasuma bajja genda n'abantu bengi.
Because the PDM money to steal it.
Nti sente za PDM okuziba.
Did the parish chief know?
Omugulusi agambire sente za PDM okuziba ow'omuruka abamanyire.
Nkaguza. Did he know?
Omugulusi abakaguza ennyo abarooko abakwiba sente ab'emiruka bakimanyiro bachifu b'emiruka bakimanyiro.
Now the chief, if he didn't know, he's a mugayavu, he's lazy.
Agambire nti ab'emiruka bakoba batakimanyire bagayaavu tibalina amaani kurungi tibakora mirimu gyabo.
And if they knew and kept quiet, they are also basuma.
Kandi baraba bakimanyire ne bachulera nabo basuma.
And the Gombora chief, what about him?
No akaguza n'abamagombora bakimanyiro ekyo ntisente bakuzibe za PDM.
And the ISO,
naba ISO nabo bakumanya n'abagiso.
And the RDC,
naba RDC bazimanyiro.
I think this thing will catch many people.
Ate agambire kino ekintu kino ekyokwiba sente za PDM kijja kutwaliramu abantu bayingi. Ntajja kubakwata boona abakuziiba. Mumuyambe wakwata abasuma.
So, please, this is a lot of money. It can solve many of your problems.
Agambire ezo sente nyingi muno za kusindika miruka jija kumala ebizibu byaitu bingi mu miruka yaitu.
So, therefore, I am very happy to be here.
Agamba asemerere muno kwijjanu Masindi.
But I want us, all of us, really to be clear about the plan.
Agamba akwenda itwena tumanye kurungi bye tulina kukora. Entegeka gye tulina kukora.
Don't mix up the issue of the plans and then these other smaller things, the pledges, what. Those are small things.
Mugurusa agambire tutateraniza ebintu bya entegeka hamu n'ebintu byakuraganiza byakusubizaga.
Those are additional.
Ebyo bintu bitaito muno binyongereza mbe.
And they affect smaller numbers of people.
Kandi bikuyamba abantu bataito.
But the mass.
Baitu we akwenda amani gona agateke mu bantu ba hansi nyo abakukira obwingi.
So I thank you very much. Mwebale muno okusagika NRM. Mwebale kusagika NRM.
Abagambire mwebale kusupporting NRM nogoza NRM. Konka abasuma tubamareho omukyalo. Mwandaganisa okulwanisa abasuma. Muzeyi abakaguza inywe n'abarano mu kumuraganiza ntulwananisa abasuma tulwanyegera abasuma babakwata abakwiba sente zanyu. Muteke emikono iguru.
Mwebale muno abajukuru bakabarenga mu baseja n'abakazi mari.
Omugurusa agambire mwebale muno bajukuru bakabalega muri baseja kandi n'abakazi abamani mwebale muno.
Thanks so much, Your Excellency, for the address and for your wisdom that we hope we shall take and implement in our homes. I wish to take this pleasure to go to another activity of handing over the youth livelihood and web checks to beneficiaries of the 10 local governments in the Bunyoro sub-region. And I wish to call the following to come up and receive these checks from the Minister, Mr. Barugara, and the Minister of State for Youth Affairs, and the Minister from Gender. Samuel Ruweza Kaija, Masindi Kao. If the chairperson is around, please come with him. Maweje Andrew Kakumiro, Kyaligonza Ansem Kiriandongo, Musinguzi Bahemuka Levi from Bulisa, Miss Pauline Epodoi Opio from Kagadi, Sempala Emmanuel from Hoima, Katotoroma John from Kibale, Musinje Edward from Kikube, Godfrey Bwebucha Kiseka from Hoima City, and Kasala Daniel from Masindi Municipal Council. After receiving the check, Your Excellency, we shall request that you take a picture with the ministers and the people who have received the checks. Thanks so much. I hope those whose names have been read are available. I hope that the checks are also ready to be handed over. I called this place.
The chairpersons and the cows, the district, come forward.
Chairpersons and cows, please move forward.
And we are coming towards the end of this program. Bear with us. Cows and chairpersons, step forward to receive the checks
And
from government
the
programs.
ambassadors, the ambassador, the PAL, ambassadors, Iceland, please join the team for the photo moment.
And ambassador from the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
The PAL.
Let's do that very quickly. Yes. Mr. Deepak, identify yourself. You'll have a photo moment with His Excellency the President because of the remarkable job you are doing.
In the meantime, the three groups that are going to read were the best performing beneficiary groups under the Youth Livelihood, and these are the following. Please get ready to come and receive the awards. Ikaba Kweterana Liquid Soap Group. Number 2 is Step Ahead Produce Youth Group. And 3 is Butobe Youth Maize Meeting Project. Ikoba Kweterana Liquid Soap, Step Ahead Produce Youth Group, and Butobe Youth Maize Meeting Project. Please come and receive your awards.
It's time to award the best performing groups. When you perform well, government is saying, and you get awarded. But also as government, we continue with the programs that will eradicate poverty amongst our people. It's a mission that the President has taken on, and he's determined to ensure that we downgrade the profile of poverty among all Ugandans, and especially those 33.1% who are not in the money economy. The President now takes photographs with the team, including ambassadors.
The President. What after launch? After the launch? Is this launch? Kiji after are you launching? Okay. After the awards of the three best performing beneficial groups, we are going to have a launch of the Planet Youth Partners Uganda, and we also sign a patronage plaque. And later, Your Excellency, as the MCs of the day, we request that we should have a photo moment with you as a memory of the Youth Day that has been held in Masindi municipality. Where's the plate? Where's the plate for signing? The signing. His Excellency has moved on to sign.
The youth I had Oledo, the youth, we shall handle your issue, the one you are talking about, but we shall handle it digitally. You have heard of digitally? Digitally is the method now. Don't wait for your village method of direct, digital. You just go back.
Your Excellency, greetings from the border motorcycle riders. They wish to extend their appreciation of the 20 million that you gave them, and they were able to buy a plot of land. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Now let's continue with the launch of Planet Youth Partners Uganda and the receiving of the patronage plaque from Planet Youth, Ambassador of Iceland and John Sigfusson. Planet Youth Partners is to partner with the government in downgrading the profile of drug and substance abuse in the country. And the global chairperson, John Sigfusson, is here with us, together with Elder Betty Kasimbazi, Jimmy Cindy, Peter Gashaya, and Dr. Kezabu. They are accompanying Her Excellency, the head of Mission Iceland Embassy. This is a big program, and His Excellency, the President, accepted to be the patron to fight drug abuse and substance use. His Excellency is launching Planet Youth Partners Uganda, and he has signed off We want to thank you, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. We go to the last leg of the program.
Band, we go for the anthems.
Excellency, we thank you so much for gracing this occasion and all the words of wisdom that you have given to us and to the Ugandans here, online and abroad. We thank the National Organizing Committee for organizing this function and the District Organizing Committee and for all the people for having come. Thank you for empowering the youth. Thank you for supporting all the programs and plans of the youth. We thank you all for having shown the youth that we love them. We thank you for all the activities that have taken place here, and above all, we thank God for the good weather that He has given to us today. And we thank His Excellency, the President, really for having given us the grace of this function.
All right, so we've come to the end of the International Youth Day celebrations today, and the President has just made his speech, launched a few projects like the Planet Youth, and made several remarks towards the theme. Of course, he made the remarks that, yes, you might have technology as an enabler, but the primary goal is to have agricultural productivity, because with food security, then you have a successful nation. I don't know what you picked from that, Jane. What did you pick?
When I talk about the presidential highlights, he actually did mention that technology is also needed, but we actually need to come up with innovations that really help the grassroots person. So in other words, he's actually thinking about more of the common man than more of technology. So I think the president, being the fact that he cares more about the grassroots person, I think he is right. We need to come up with such innovations that really help the people that are really down there, because actually these people are actually the biggest supporter of His Excellency the President. So like he said, we really need to come up with innovations that really help them, because they don't know about these technology things so much.
And of course, the President also exemplified some of the parish development model enablers, people that are actually implementing the parish development model, and also those that are also implementing the 4-acre model, okay? And he exemplified with Fred Byabakama, who was earning almost 50 million per month, and that's an average of 600 million shillings net profit per month. What did you have to say about that?
Earning 600 million net per month is something huge. Per year is something huge. And as a country, that person is actually a big contributor to the tax of this country. So I think we need to be more innovative to actually things that actually bring more tax to the country. We need to get into agriculture to be able to earn more, because I think in agriculture there is more money than in any other sector here in the country as Uganda, yes.
Okay, but largely agriculture is actually not taxable in Uganda, but I think the President focused more on employment. If you noticed, he asked that we freeze to see the employees that he was, hiring. And I think that's also one way that these programs can really impact the community, okay? But otherwise, that brings us to the end of the International Youth Day celebrations here in Uganda. I have been Wadulo Arnold Mark, and
my name is Jane Nyiramicha here at Golf Course Grounds in Masindi.
Both reporting from Masindi. Allow us to say goodbye and have a lovely day.
Pastor Robert Robshana Kibuga, thank you so very much. We want to recognize and thank Asaba Primary School for the work well done, and we do appreciate. We have our mighty school, I Learn to Serve, Kabalega Secondary School, our mighty school.